because sometimes there's like an audio lag or something like that when that happens. The whole computer just like blacked out, and I was like trying to figure it out, and the clock was counting down. I only had 2 minutes to go before the stream started. So now that we got that all good to go, I think we're ready to get this new stream started. Merry Christmas, everybody. Welcome back to the final stream of the year. Actually, no, is there one more stream next week? Let's see. Let's look at the schedule real quick. Looks like we'll be doing one more stream, which will be the New Year's stream. And I'll probably be doing that next Saturday, the 30th. But this is the final Christmas stream. I said that last week, so we're here and we're going to be doing a nice little Christmas scene. And I'm really excited to jump into this one. This was an image that I generated inside of Midjourney as per usual, and then we will be recreating it today in Blender. So if you guys want to help or come along with us on this journey, then we will be getting started here momentarily. But let's jump over to the image so you guys can see what we're working with here. This is the photo that we will be recreating today. It's like a little train under a tree kind of setting, and that's what we're going to be going for. And yeah, let's actually real quick, this is something, because I had technical difficulties, I do want to put this up on my Instagram story real quick, which is a reminder, if you guys are not following on Instagram, make sure to do that. The link is in the description. I'm just going to film a little promo video right now, and this will be going up here momentarily. And we always post the final image that we create here on the streams onto Instagram first, and I'm a couple weeks behind on our time lapses, so I'll be getting to that soon. But real quick, I'm going to film something real quick. Hey everybody, live right now, we're going to be creating this image right here. Make sure to join. I'm actually live right now. You can see me talking right there. If you guys aren't following on... See, this is, I actually have to film these a few times, so you guys are part of the promo process. But this, I'm just filming a real quick thing to post on my Instagram to get some of those followers over there. If you guys aren't following already, make sure to hit the link. Hey everybody, live right now, we're going to be creating this image here on Blender. Go ahead and click the link right now, because you can see right now I'm live, and we got some people over here, so come hang out. Okay, great. I'm going to get this posted, but this will be the image that we're creating today. As I mentioned, we did this in Midjourney, and it's like a little train set, and I'm really excited because I have this have had this like asphyxiation of like train sets since I was a kid, having like really nice trains under, you know, your Christmas tree and so on. And you know, so this will be a really fun one, very personal for me. I think you know, getting like the little sugar sparkles of snow that are right here on the train will be fun. And that's what we're gonna do. So without further ado, let's go ahead and jump on in. I wasted enough time already just doing that. Yeah, over here in Blender, I actually do have to do a little bit of setup work. I'm gonna add in our image that we have by just going to our background images here. We'll add that in and get that set up. This was a bit of a rush today because I was running a little late and I don't stream from home. So getting everything going and getting here on time was a little more hectic than I thought it was going to be. I'm going to set the color space. The other thing that I like to have in Blender is setting up color spaces. It's a little bit better than the default color spaces that they have because their color management in Blender kind of sucks. So sweet. Let's see, let's do that, and then the final thing I'm going to do is actually set the image to be 1920 by 1920. I like to do square images. And then finally over here we can set the to get rid of floor. We don't need to see that on this screen. X and Y we don't need to see. We can keep our cursor on there, but for right now I think that'll be good. I'm going to delete the cube and then we'll just add in a plane. This will allow us to... Hey, Merry Christmas. Thanks for joining the stream. Thank you so much. I don't know if you get to see the finished products or not, but we usually put those over on the Instagram. AGX isn't bad. Not AGX. Was that a setting or something that I clicked on? Not sure what I missed there, but yes, Merry Christmas to you guys. Oh, and I'll be creating this in cycles today with GPU. And then I like to rotate on the 3D cursor, and that allows me to just kind of like set the camera up straight, I want to put that kind of just like straight on y-axis wise. Just makes it a little bit easier. Then if we rotate that here, we're able to, you know, kind of line the plane of existence a little bit better. Since this is like a miniature set, I always find that it's better to have a smaller millimeter for your lens, so we'll want to adjust that as well. And we're not creating an exact replication of this image, otherwise we could use like F-Spy or something like that. AGX is a new color space in Blender they added in 4.0. Oh, really? I have not updated to 4.0. I was kind of concerned about stability. And my biggest problem with updating Blender versions is to have the plugins updated, because I use quite a few plugins, and it's just a bit of a process to update everything. And I swear, every time I update a new version of Blender, it's like I have to update like 20 plugins as well, and that's very tiring. But let's see, let's do like a small, millimeter length here. Probably not quite 12. You don't want really that pancake look. You might want more of might want more like 20 millimeters, I'm thinking. Might be good. Is AGX based off of ASUS, or I've not heard of that color space before. Let's scale that up as well. I always like to, just from the camera's perspective, have this, you know, slim over here. Let's grab that over. There we go. AGX is a lot more true to life with lighting and such. Like, then lights get better, brighter, saturated, filmic. Yeah, that's true. The big thing about color spaces, and this, I just get a little anal about the color spaces, primarily because I work at a studio and color spaces are very important for connecting everything. And you kind of need to know how to tag it properly. ASUS tends to be like a really good workflow because of that, because ASUS will work in Nuke or After Effects, whatever you're compositing in, and then you can work in Houdini and be able to tag everything in ASUS as well. We have our own color space that we work with at this studio, and because we use base light primarily, so you might not be able to see this because I have my face in the way of it. Oh, am I not even showing my screen? 1 second, I'll show over here. Okay, the color management here, you could see that on our sequencer, which is blocked because of my face. Our sequencer, we're using Film Light Linear. And so I can tag this as whatever color space that we have, even ASUS CG if I really want it to. But it just kind of works a little bit better because I do go into Nuke later and composite, and being able to have the same looking image for both is really helpful. ASUS is a bit more universal, yeah, totally. And I mean, there's a lot of people I work with. Like, I worked on the last season of Ted Lasso, and they do everything in like ASUS. So, you know, when you work with like professional workflows, they're gonna want you to work in their pipeline. And in that particular case, ASUS or Log-C is generally a preferable color space. So I'm just going to create a new folder here for today's project, and I'll call this scripts. And we can save our Blender file in here. I'm just going to name it today's date and version 1. Go ahead and save that. Okay, wow guys, we're so productive today. I created a plane already. Imagine that. I was thinking about this as I was driving over. I think for the little screen over here, I'm just going to actually make the image in front, and just so that way when we're working on like building stuff, I can see it over here just fine on this screen. If that works with you guys, then I will just continue to stay in this workflow, or not workflow, but stay in this like view. But I'm always down to hear what you guys would prefer to see. AGX definitely a little bit of an upgrade for Blender. Yeah, because the filmic look just was not it. Like, there was just no consistency in how you wanted to tag things in other softwares. And that was kind of my biggest problem with it. I'm actually going to make this somewhat transparent so we can see a little bit what we're doing. So today we're going to actually have to model a train, which will be interesting. I'm going to first start out by creating some of the landscape that we're going to be having here. Let's use a cube firstly, and then we'll we'll go from there. I'm just gonna move that up. Just scale that down. We're gonna kind of use this in sculpt mode. Your voice audio just went out of sync. Why does it do that? I actually don't know why it does that. Let's see. We can fix it though. I know how to fix it. I basically just have to do. If I deactivate and reactivate it, generally that fixes it. Let me know if that fixes it. If not, I can always turn my video off so that way it's not distracting. I want to figure that out. I'm using a video card that plugs the Blackmagic camera directly into the computer, and that I think has problems, but not quite sure. Awesome, glad it fixed that. So let's go ahead and just. We have a bit of a ledge here, there's nothing crazy, and then in sculpt mode we'll be able to add in our custom, or even with displacement maps we could probably add in a little bit more of a spacing. I'm not trying to do anything crazy, it's supposed to be a flat-ish area, and then we'll have kind of roughly some buildings over here as well. If I go to camera view, I can even line up where like this wall is going to be by clicking on that spot. You know, we're pretty close with all of our stuff already. I'm just roughly blocking this stuff out, and then that we can add in a lot of our detail later. Just like to get the rough shapes there, and then kind of go on from there. But do you guys have any plans for Christmas? What's your guys' plans? Going to actually see a Nutcracker performance, which I'm kind of excited about because I haven't seen the Nutcracker since I was a kid. So we're gonna go to the ballet. And that was something I've been trying to do for the last few years, and then finally the rest of my family were interested enough to do it. But I'm kind of excited about that, and who knows, it's probably going to be boring, but it'll be fun. I think it'll be fun. You're nothing, yeah. I feel like that's mostly me lately in the last few years, is kind of just staying at home and just getting a break, because you know, you're like, oh, finally I could just stay at home and do absolutely nothing. But this year I kind of wanted to go to the Nutcracker and just kind of experience that, so excited about that. And who knows, maybe it'll be just as boring as I remember it when I was a kid. But I think I have a more of appreciation for fine arts now. So maybe that'll help. Okay, I'm gonna just scale this up. And if we add in some edge loops here, we can actually just select these edges and then slowly move everything out. Kind of create a bit of an arch. The magic is gone at my age. I just enjoy relaxing now. Pretty much same, you know? And that's kind of what I was saying. It's like when you get to like a certain age, I feel like you're just like, oh, finally I just get home. It's like I feel like in college, and then definitely once you're in like working, you're just kind of like, all right, this is my chill time, no one talk to me. And maybe I want to play video games, but maybe even still I don't want to play video games because I kind of just want to rest. Going home after a stressful semester, so probably yes, totally. And that's and even still, family time, you're kind of just like, all right, do I really want to put up with everyone talking, or can I just like go to my room and just hide? I'm gonna use a mirror on this to kind of like flop it. Probably not. I think if I take this and then say Shift S, cursor to selected, and then we say set origin to 3D cursor, and actually just flop it on that edge, and then we'll have a little bit more of a I'm just going to kind of bring that down so that way it's not quite yes, let me rest. Stop talking to me. I don't need any of the stress of Christmas. That's the other thing. And you know, it's funny, growing up I was always like, oh, my dad's always stressed around Christmas. Why is he always so stressed? It's like, I get it now. You know, I get it. You know, it's finally your time to, you know, have some rest and relaxation, and then you got these kids that are all just yelling. Okay, I'm gonna take all of this. I almost want to do, kind of want to scale this on the X here. We're just gonna kind of bring this back. I do want this archway to be a little bit smaller, so if I say cursor to select it, and then we'll just set the origin to that point. Okay, and then we can rotate this and just place this on the side. I'm going to kind of scale it together as well. And that'll give us Alt S kind of. Oh, no. I just want this to be thicker. I think if we just select these edges here and then drag them out, that might do the trick. Something like that should work. Cool, and great. This will work for our first arch, and then we can almost actually just duplicate it and place it over here. Try not to look too much at our reference video and trying to line things up, because I think our millimeters of our camera are definitely off, so I'm just kind of trying to build something a little bit better here. Be alone in my room while the rest of the family gathers to talk. Though it still feels relaxed to be home. Yes, totally. There's also some, there's, you know, like that. I think the great thing about Christmas is that there's like this kind of, you know, they are low-key annoying. It's because it's just never perfect. And right now, it's like I've got all these jagged edges, which I think I can fix pretty easily by using like a subdivide surface. Let's try that. And we'll do subdivide surface after the mirror. But we can do, I think, can you not by... I know you can have like sharp edges. Can you not? I feel like you could. I thought there was a way to say like how many degrees something like got smoothed at. And that honestly might be in the, when I right click smooth, you can set those settings. I'll figure that out later. Shade. Oh, auto smooth, is that it? No? Okay, well, we'll get to that in a second. I gotta do these other arches first. So yeah, we're gonna just grab this arch over here. The idea is that it's gonna kind of be like a building that's wrapping around behind these trees. So I'm just gonna add another cube into here at like ground floor. I'll just go like top view here. Scale this on like the y-axis, kind of just line this up. Oh, can't rotate. That's right. I was using medium points for that. I was. Strange. Alright, and then we'll just grab this kind of face and then make it move up to here. We can add in a lot of this detail later, as we always do. Might even add in a few edge loops here. Kind of bring that out. Go ahead and save that. And then I'm going to continue this face here, I think. Just grab that face. We can actually just extrude it, and we'll bring it this direction. Yeah, we actually have our Christmas tree at home right now. I have the Christmas tree on the on like a pedestal, and then we made it so it looked like it was on a snowy hill, and then we put a little town underneath the Christmas tree. So it's like if this was the tree here, the tree would be like over here and it would be up here. So we have like this whole train that goes around with like little Christmas trees that look exactly like this. They're like little pine trees, and you add snow and stuff. It's like, I saw my neighbor have it, and I was like, oh, we've got to do something like that. And it's pretty nice. Okay, let's do. Wait, can I? Oh, I got an idea, guys. Okay, so we have this mirror here, but this mirror's on that spot there. What if? Oh, that sucks. Because do they not have a... Do they have an offset? Not really. That's unfortunate. What I was going to do was is first mirror it and then mirror it again all within inside of our modifiers here, because then we can have like a bit of a loop that's happening. But I don't think we're going to be able to do that. Let's see, I can add in another mirror. It's on the Z, that's on the Y. I don't know how to offset it. Is there a way to offset before you do the mirror? Because I don't really want to go into geometry nodes. You have to offset the median point basically. Yeah, but the median point right now is the origin, I think. Or can I guess I could mirror around, yeah, I think, wait a second. I can mirror around like a point. So if I like select it here and set Shift S, cursor to select it, and then I add in an empty, I think I can mirror around an empty point, right? So if I grab this guy, I can say mirror on the empty, and then, well, we don't want it to bisect, but that kind of works. But the problem is that this rotation is different than this rotation. So I think if I copied the rotation, whoops, let's copy the X rotation, let's copy the Y rotation, and the most important one is to copy the Z rotation. Perfect. Okay, so then that mirrors it like that. Now all I have to do is rotate this on the Z-axis like 180 degrees, right? We'll have to rotate it. Oh, what? I rotate Z 180. It's not 360. I'm rotating 180. That doesn't make any sense why I'm only rotating at 90 degrees. Okay, so that works, right? If you use an empty as, yeah, exactly what I just did. So yeah, using an empty to then rotate the empty around. Which, interestingly enough, I think we could then just apply that. Or, I thought I could just apply it. Or do I have to apply both first? So then I could just apply both, and then we can then create a array. This might be the most complicated way of doing this. I may not have even had to create the first mirror in order to do this. But hey, you know what? It worked, so... Have you guys seen any good movies lately? Oh, -0.002. That might be like a 4, actually. Yeah, I had to apply my well, the rotation was applied, but I guess I could have applied the rotation completely, and then I wouldn't have had an issue with that, but I think that works right there. Let's go ahead and just select that. You probably just have, yeah. Yeah, exactly what I was thinking. I was like, after I created the array, I was like, well, I think I just made it overly complicated, which is like the story of my life, is just overly complicating everything. But you know what? We got to the same place we needed to go in the end of the day. So I'm not complaining. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and hit the save button, guys. We're part of the save club here. We always save our work. And then we can add in trees and stuff. I'm gonna actually just delete that. We don't need it. Looks like our ground plane that we created is not flat, so probably just delete this. You can go in here and kind of extrude this from top view. And that should work just fine. I don't mind if how far back it goes. We're just gonna drag it through the background. That way we don't see it. Everything will basically just be sitting on top of this plane. So that'll work for us. And now all we have to do is add in some trees. So let's go ahead and do that before we add in our track. So as per usual, I'm using Botanic, which is probably the biggest reason why, guys, I haven't updated to like a new version of Blender, is because of version controls of plugins. It just takes too long to update versions, and I'm lazy. So if you're gonna pick between laziness and updating versions of Blender, I'll wait till the big updates. This is 3.4, which means I'm quite old on this. Okay, let's scale this up. Kind of place this out here. Yeah, but Botanic does work in the version. It's just that I have to update the Blender version. So what ends up happening is I download a new version of Blender, and maybe I've been downloading new versions of Blender incorrectly forever. And you know what? What better way to find out than on a live stream in front of a bunch of people? But I download a new version of Blender, and then what ends up happening is I have to download all new plugins of new versions of those plugins, and that takes forever. I'm going to delete that. So instead, I just stay on old versions of Blender. Oh, that looks terrible. So I stay on old versions of Blender rather than updating my versions of Blender. And that's just kind of what ends up happening. There's an option to transfer settings from previous when you open 4.0 for the first time. Really? Is that a new 4.0 feature, or has that been around? Because if it's been around, I'm about to facepalm. Because I feel like that's probably something that has been around. I've just been doing it incorrectly. Going to actually, you know what? I want to try this. So I'm going to add in this tree. I just want to test this out. But you can, I'm going to save. There's this plugin that I just found out about yesterday that's built into Blender. Oh wow, it's been around. Okay. There's this new plugin called, it's not new, but it's called Real Snow. And you can basically enable that, and then it'll add this little tab here, and we can control what the coverage is that we want. And we could say add snow. Yeah, that's my problem with the Botanic snow trees. That's why I'm like, if I can figure out a different way to add snow in, then I'm going to, because the Botanic snow just does not look realistic whatsoever. Okay, can I hit add snow? Is it doing it? I don't know if it's doing it or not. I converted it to an editable object, but that doesn't mean anything. Let's see, let's go back to Botanic. Yeah, well, now it's an editable object. I didn't have it as an editable before. Now if I hit add snow, yeah, it's loading. Okay, great. So this new add snow thing, it's not new. I actually don't know how old it is. I just saw some random, I was like on YouTube Shorts last night, and a video popped up of a guy adding in snow, and I was like, well, that's crazy. Hey, subscribe! I just saw the thing pop up on the screen. Make sure to hit the subscribe button if you guys aren't already, which I assume you all are, okay? Like, if you're not, then what are you doing here? This almost looks worse than the Botanic snow. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe it's because of the height. Let's try adjusting some of these things. I have a feeling that we can probably get these settings to look a little bit better. I'm gonna go down to like 0.10. Let's delete this snow that we currently have here. Let's change our coverage to something pretty small. and then hit add snow. Make sure to save before you add snow. Yes, I found that out the hard way last night when I first found out about it. I opened up Blender. I was like, oh, you know what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add these real quick. And yeah, it's not a pleasant experience to like lose all your work. You can do selected faces, but I'm wondering, because I already made the height smaller, so maybe if we keep the coverage at like 100, because I think the way the plugin works is it only puts it on the Z above. You also recently learned about a snow add-on from, oh, okay. Is it one that like you get on Blender Market? You know, that's the other crazy thing about Blender. If you compare Blender to other 3D packages, plugins and other 3D packages cost so much money, but Blender's actually pretty dang cheap, which has always kind of surprised me. Okay, this isn't the worst thing in the world. I'm going to probably say, let's do this. Let's first scale this up. And I'm going to do like my little favorite thing of just like duplicating to create like a taller tree. Because no one will know the difference. Botanic snow just looks like blobs of goo. Yeah, and this kind of does too. But we might be able to, let's see, press Control A and we can do apply all transforms. Because I don't want the 3D software, I don't want Blender to know that we're scaling. I just kind of want this to all be one thing. And then if we just select everything, oops, there's one more. And we press Control J, make it one big one, and then Control A, all transforms, make sure everything's applied. We might be able to get the smaller snow specks on this bigger tree. I'm going to kind of just place this right there. And let's add a little bit less coverage. You can tell I'm pressing Control S constantly, you know? When you're working with like these plugins, you Control S, Control S, Control S. Oh, I moved the tree, Control S. And then you just go from there. Because I have found out the way hard way. I started using Blender in version 1.4, and it didn't have, so if you hit the exit button, it wouldn't ask you to save before you closed. Like that's what the old version of Blender did. And now, if you drop your email in chat, I'll email you a really good node tree. Oh, I don't drop my emails in the chat. Sorry, that's not going to happen. Give me a really good node tree. Depending on your scene what someone sent me. Or just send me I'll add you a super nice snowy dust layer on the top of whatever object you do with some coverage controls. That would be pretty sweet. I think that's the thing, is like there's in this image here, it's still loading, dang. In this image here, it has this like kind of like sugary snow effect that like old-timey kind of animations have, and that is kind of cool. But if you send me a message on Instagram, which I think you're following me on Instagram already, send me a message, I'll shoot you my email there. But I'm just not going to put it in my YouTube chat because you never know who's watching these videos. But this kind of like old-timey, like sugary snow effect is kind of ideal, especially for like the animation look. And that's more so what I'm going for today, is kind of like that animation looking feel. Dang, this is still loading. It's probably just because it's a bigger surface, so it has a lot more calculations to do, but and then once that's done, we can start working on the track, and then we can build the train on top of it. I am thinking, and I don't know, this is just me speaking out of my ass, but I'm fairly certain that this train will be decently simple to create, because a train is just a cylinder, right? It's just a big cylinder with some designs on it and some pipes and some stuff like that, you know. It's just primitives in the end of the day, and we can get that going. As long as this software doesn't freeze by adding snowflakes into this. I probably should have done this as the last step, but I feel like that would be even worse. I don't know. I wish there was like something I could do while it's loading. Like, can you be frozen in the background and just let me continue working? The only thing I'm happy about is that I am doing this on one tree, and then I'm just going to duplicate the same tree when we want to have multiple trees rather than trying to do this. Yeah, I think I just saw your DM pop up here. I'll check that once the stream's over. Which hopefully won't be too bad. I'm watching the Hunger Games movie tonight. I don't know if it's good or bad. I'm going to go in it completely blind. I haven't even seen a trailer for it. And I think I've heard mixed results of whether or not the movie was good. So I'm going to go watch it, and then hopefully it's entertaining. But my sister wanted to go watch it, so we're all going to go watch Hunger Games. And my other sister read the book, so she said the book was good. I don't know if the movie is or not, but I guess we'll find out. I hear the music's good in it. But other than that, I know nothing about the film. And I'm like, oh, hey, so I guess there's good music. Is it like a musical, or is it just like a regular film? I'm not sure. Okay, why are we still frozen here? Can we get this going? If not, we don't actually have to have snowflakes or snow on the trees. We can also actually probably achieve this in shading. Probably just add a shader that's going to add some white specks. Let's do that, because I'm really not waiting for this to unfreeze. Who knows how long this is going to take. Use the snow node tree setup, super easy, and it looks great. Okay, yeah, send that to me. I'm very I always like to see like different node setups. My problem is I really haven't gotten into geometry nodes too much. It's good for the world building. Are you talking about the snowflakes or the movie? Yeah. I am from my understanding is it helps set up the entire universe a little bit better. So if you like the other movies, then you're probably gonna like this one. The other movies were like pretty good for me. I don't know that I was like blown away by them, but okay, let's see. Well, I guess it was part of like, I don't know. It's very cultural, right? Like it was a huge cultural kind of phenomenon film type of thing that everyone kind of watched when they came out. Let's duplicate this and just place this over here. I'm going to do this through textures. It'll be easier. Geometry nodes is kind of what I was saying. Geometry nodes, though, are... I haven't gotten into them yet. And every time I've tried, I don't know, I just got to force myself to use it. I saw this guy on one of the Blender behind-the-scenes videos where he was like... His whole thing was every single time he ever was asked to do something, everyone would be like, oh, well, here's the way to do it. He would try to do it in geometry nodes. And I thought that was a pretty cool concept, is like, oh, well, you know what? I know how to do it in this other type of, workflow, but let me try doing it in something that I'm not as familiar in. And I think that was kind of cool. I'm going to set the viewport display here to not be passed through, so that way we're only looking at what we need. We can go ahead and save that. Let's add in before we add in the snow specks to the trees, because we're going to do that in the shading phase. I'm going to go ahead and add in... that's funny. Well, we barely see this ground. I'm going to go ahead and add in... our train track here. We can start building that. I'm thinking the best way to build the train track, let's see, honestly, it's probably just starting with a plane. I'm going to scale this on the X down, and then yeah, I think that'll be fine. We can use an array actually just to... Yeah, we can use an array to kind of just make it so that's completely even. Let's see what the track is. So we have these kind of going all the way. This is the part that I'm going to build first. And then we can kind of build these like wooden slats that are going to go on the side. I think that's the best way to do it. Oh, that's hilarious. I just noticed this. So again, full disclosure. This image was created via AI. And you can tell, and I didn't even realize this till looking at it just now. It has... two sets of tracks here, and the inner of the wheels is on this center beam here, not on the outside track. of the total thing. So it's like the whole finger thing. It added like an extra finger. It added an extra track. And actually, it added an extra track and then screwed up where the outside of the one train wheel is. This is why AI is cool and all. It like does things really quickly, but it is not really, it's very inaccurate with how it creates its stuff. I just use it to create the concept art, the photos that we'll be creating, but obviously it creates a lot of mistakes as well. Okay, let's go ahead and jump in now, and we'll do the correct railings. Okay, guys, we're not gonna do it incorrect. Cool thing about doing this as planes first, and I'll show you here momentarily, is we'll be able to smooth out this railing because I kind of want it to curve, so left, then right, then left again. Let's do that. We're gonna go all the way over here, and then go all the way over here, kind of straighten out, and then we'll just go back this direction. Perfect. And it's a bit jaggedy, but that's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and add in a array. Whoops, not a bevel. We don't need that yet. Maybe not X. We kind of need it on the Y a bit. Oh, whoops, 0. Is my numlock now? Yeah, there we go. Okay. And that's better. I'm gonna say 0.05, and let's just make this 0.05 as well, so it's a little bit, everything's a little bit closer to each other. Before we do that, okay, and then actually, yeah, and then before we really do our array, we're gonna want to smooth this. So I'm just gonna have this go off, so that way we're not seeing the edge of it. But we can add in a subdivide surface now. And we can just drag that up here. So now everything is pretty smooth. And then after the array, let's add in a solidify. And honestly, it could go before the solidify as well, but just make this a little bit thicker. Kind of just extruding it upwards. Perfect. And if we were in Houdini, we could then add in our planks automatically, which probably would have been the nicest way to do it. You're working on a language model that GPT-4 for a project, and yeah, AI does really stupid things a lot of time. It does, and you know what? In the end of the day, it's probably going to get fixed, like this year or next year, just because that's how fast AI is kind of being enhanced. It's kind of crazy. Some of the stuff that I thought would have taken a really long time to do, like Wonder AI is an example of that. Has come out already, and that is kind of crazy that Wonder AI is able to do a lot of the stuff that it does. It doesn't do it insanely well, but it does do a lot of things that I thought would have taken a while for them to create an AI that does. And you know what? It's just gonna make it easier for a lot of VFX artists, and it'll actually kind of, in a way, I've often said this, it will democratize visual effects for a lot of other filmmakers out there to be able to do some of the crazier things and stories that they want to tell. It's not going to lessen the amount of VFX. I feel like it's just going to quadruple it or make it even more. Okay, camera view. I was just trying to make it a random color so you can really see this from the little viewport down there. Again, I may be wrong on that as well. It's just, to me, it seems more likely that visual effects is going to increase over the next few years because of how cheap everything is going to become. And I think that'll be good for artists because more artists will be able to do more visual effects rather than being stuck doing a smaller amount of visual effects. Because right now, if you're working at a larger studio, you're not really responsible for a lot of visual effects. You're just working on some visual effects. And I think that's what's going to change the most, is that now there will be less artists doing more work. or probably about the same amount of artists doing more work. Because I just think that there's going to be more films that have VFX in it. Because if you look at the difference between now and 20 years ago, there's so much more visual effects now than there have ever been. Is the easiest way here to add in a curve and then just duplicate things along the curve? I feel like it is. I'm going to do it. And I really don't know how to do it, so... But it's one of those things that I've always kind of wanted to learn how to do, so I'm going to do it. I feel like if we just create a Bezier curve along this path, we're going to be able to create an array that follows this path. I did it once before when I looked up a tutorial on how to do it, and now I'm going to do it live in front of you guys without looking up a tutorial, because that's how it works. And if I fail, then probably one of you will tell me how to fix it. Just create this Bezier. We probably could have created the whole train setup this way. Just rotate that just to follow a little bit better. Okay, and now if we create an array, can we follow on not a constant offset? We do need to do, I feel like it's more of a labor incentive tasks, like retopology will be done by AI and not really. Exactly, I think a lot of the creative stuff will kind of still be done by animators. It's like, for instance, you'll have animators doing their animation, but the you know, when they need rigs that are made and retopology for modelers and maybe all the big animation movements for an animator are done for them, but then I mean, I've already seen this happen, so it's not like this is insane. It's not like hasn't happened yet. They already have the ability for animators to have predictive animation. So you do big steps of your animation, and then it will predict what you really want to do, and then it'll kind of do all of that for you. So the tapering object, is that what we want here? Or we say bevel object. Nope. There's got to be a way for this, right? Like, is it under curve settings here, texture space? Or would I be doing a array around your curve? Object offset. What is your object? Our Bezier curve? What? I might be completely lost on this, guys. Does anyone know how to get this object to array on the Bezier curve? Because that is something I really want to know how to do. I feel like it's an array. We say 0 on that. We'll move it on the Y. But I don't know how to make it follow the Bezier curve. I'm going to turn that off, actually. I think it's actually under the Bezier curve settings. I remember, because I did it on a chain once. Like, I created like a chain link, or chain link chain. And it's like, you can apply the curve modifier, I guess. Not sure. Okay. There's a way to add in a, there's a way to add in this to follow the Bezier curve, but I'm not quite sure how to do it. I think it's under, no, because that's their bevel settings. Then geometry has curve name. Okay, that's with the width. Rather than wasting our time, I'm probably just going to duplicate this. It just makes it a little bit easier. I have to figure that out. It's an annoyance. Oh well. Old school. It's the things like, there's like little things like that, and then it's like geometry node stuff also. You can do this in geometry nodes. And that's, again, I need to figure out geometry nodes. It's one of those things where it's like, you just got to use them, and I think it'll make your life easier if you do. But yeah, I think AI it's interesting because I think initially it may put out jobs, and that is a very real possibility. But also I do believe that with AI that it will strangely create jobs because more and more people will desire to have it in their films. Because think about all these big blockbuster films. Right now you have to have like hundreds of millions of dollars to do the kind of work that they're doing. And, you know, it may be good or may not be good. You know, you can have whatever opinion you want on that. But in the end of the day, I think that now you can have all these indie films have those types of effects as well. And a great example of that is even without AI, it's just the readability of the software. Is that I think the movie Everything Everywhere All at Once, their budget was extremely low for their visual effects, and I think only a few people actually worked on it. And that's a good example of how, like, you know, I think the future of AI is going to basically be very similar to that, where you're going to have less people working on more projects. Okay. I think also, let's do this. We're going to do Alt-S. We select this whole edge here. We can actually slim everything up by just grabbing it and bringing it in. And there we go. Okay, I'm thinking that is the right direction for our train to be on. Nice and cozy. We're gonna add in some of these little trees as well, I'm thinking. So let's go ahead and do that. Like right about here, we'll add in another botanic tree. Nothing too realistic. I want it to feel more miniature. So do that. Add that guy in there. I'm going to go ahead and hit that save button. Alright, now we're going to go and start working on building the train. I think also the background needs to be done. Let's see. Oh, did I move that tree? I did, yeah. I need to duplicate it, rather. Just kind of make that up there. I think that's good. And then we'll just kind of duplicate that over there, and then one more over here. Kind of like that. And then we'll have like a bit of a back wall to everything. So I'll just add that in real quick. So rotate X 90 degrees and just scale everything up. Kind of move everything over here. I think I just need to re-enable all of our botanics. There we go. Yeah, that's good. Okay, and then we'll have this back wall kind of behind everything as if it's like another structure. I'm going to take that though. Let's just extrude and just follow this a little bit more closely. And then this can be on the inside. Okay, great. I don't really want... initially I was thinking with our reference image, I really like the reference image, but I might want to see like the bottom of like a huge Christmas tree. I'm not quite sure I want to do that though. Because I feel like... Let's see what it looks like first. Let's go spawn a new tree in. We will not be using... Let's do this tree. And then we'll just take this tree and then scale everything up to the correct scaling of a real-life Christmas tree. I just feel like it might be confusing. Let's go ahead and hide that other tree there, and if we just take everything back here, it's like a big old Christmas tree above everything else. I'm going to just delete this tree. Yeah, so it's like a big Christmas tree above everything else. I might like that. I'm going to hit the save button there, and then we'll do Alt-H. And I think we'll select this whole top, kind of bring everything down. Adds a bit of layering to it, but allows us to see the Christmas tree behind it. And then, you know, the only other thing is we do have like kind of nothing over here. So we might want a wall of some kind. Maybe it's like the actual wall of the house. So let's just scale this up. Kind of bring that in here. The whole tree is up against like the corner of the house. Take that and then we'll just extrude it so that way it's like the actual corner of the house. And then maybe we just grab this whole thing and move it up. Have a giant person standing in the background. Yeah, we could do that. I kind of want to stay away from people on this because I want it to feel like, you know, maybe a little kid or something has like the camera and is taking a photo from under the tree. And like this is just like the scene setting for that. See a giant. Yeah. I also think maybe with this wall in the background, if it was like wallpaper, we scale the wallpaper up. That'll add a sense of scale to it as well, I think. And then certain things like the camera, if we add quite a bit of depth of field, that also makes things look a little bit more miniature. So I'll probably be doing that. Okay, great. What was your favorite video game this year? What was my favorite video game? Honestly, I'm not the best person to talk to about this. I kind of play only the same video game over and over again, and it annoys some of my friends. So probably not the best person to ask about that. But I did see the Game Awards. I did watch that. And Baldur's Gate did look like a really good game that I think I might enjoy. My problem is I don't play too many story games. I don't play single player games all that often. So biggest letdown of the year was Starfield. I heard about that. I didn't play it. I'll be honest, I was very excited about the concept of playing Starfield. It looked like a really cool game. It had a lot of promise to it. And I think that was the biggest problem, is everyone was just so excited about that. And it just wasn't quite it. I'm going to keep the rotation just straight on right now. Since we're building a lot of things with straight edges, it'll be a little bit easier to rotate everything after the fact. What's up, Control X? Welcome to the stream. If you want to ask someone about video games and what they preferred, ask Control X, because he's the one that plays all the games. I don't play that many games. I kind of play just the same game over and over again. I'm going to duplicate this over here, and we'll just scale this down just to create like this top flat part. And I think also with that, we want to create an array. So just be a little bit easier to do is just placing this on the other side, and we'll just make all of our changes to the one side and it'll duplicate to the other as well. I just need to make sure that it's centered because right now it is not. 1.8 is really what we're looking to do here. Maybe 1.9. You were so salty when I launched Starfield. Did you hear a lot about it before you started playing it, or was that something that you discovered along the way that it was very disappointing? Dev's trying to tell everyone that it's just dumb and doesn't. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. Okay, when everybody, when the devs were talking about how, well, space is boring and you know there's nothing out there. I was like, okay, you guys just lost everyone when you said that, because the problem is that I feel like nobody's going to relate to that concept, because the idea of space is that it's just expansive and that it's unique and ever flowing, you know. And if you don't have that, then I can understand the frustration. I'm gonna kind of bring that down a little bit further, kind of end that off. I had heard about Starfield. Was that no, it wasn't. I had heard about, there's a game that was like on Kickstarter or something like that that was similar to Starfield. For a second I thought it might have been Starfield, but I think Starfield was more of a AAA game. But I had some friends telling me about, and I can't for the life of me remember what it was. I'm gonna have this extrude down here, and then we can. What was your guys' favorite game of the year, though? And I imagine everyone's most anticipated game for next year is going to be, or is it next year? When is GTA 6 coming out? Gonna rotate this edge here, just kind of line it up. Actually, we'll just have to scale it up as well. That's unfortunate. And then we'll kind of bring that out for the front of this train. Oh, 2025, so it's not even this year. Why would they release the trailer so early? That just seems super strange. I get it that they're trying to build hype for it, but there was already hype for it. It's not like you have to build hype for that game. I'm going to kind of create like this front piece here. If we just extrude that down, it might work. And then this whole piece here, I just heard this music that's playing right now, and it feels like it's super over dramatic for what we're doing here. I'm going to grab these edges here, and we'll just extrude everything outwards about halfway. And that's going to create that. Now if we scale on the x-axis down, we can actually say Shift S, cursor selected, and we can set the origin to this specific spot right here, origin to 3D cursor, and then we can just mirror on the x-axis, which, oh, I didn't have this selected, origin set to 3D cursor. There we go. And then just lining that up with the front there is actually going to be the most annoying part. Set origin to 3D cursor. My favorite was Alan Wake 2, though I haven't played Baldur's Gate 3. Was do you guys ever play VR games? Do you play VR much? I tend to not play console games, which is also kind of my problem with most story games previously, whereas I know now a lot of stuff is kind of ported over, but take that out, scale it down a little bit, and then we can start working on this center piece here. Can you use the train cylinder and the mirror object to align it easier? I could. Yes. I totally could. But that would require me to do that. As the mirror object. Interesting. I didn't think about that. That actually... Yes, right? I could just select that as... Yes! And that actually... It's funny, you can see how it moved it. It moved it slightly over. I was pretty close, though. You got to admit. I was pretty close just eyeballing it. But you're right. Yes, I could totally just use the cylinder. So now... That actually works wonders. Thank you. Yes. Oh, man. This is why, okay, this is why, you know, with VFX and 3D, there's always a better way. And, yes. I'm going to add in kind of like this front little lip here part. We could just extrude this outwards. I was super close. You have to admit, I was very close for eyeballing it, okay? At least give me that. I'm going to add in some cylinders here, though, on the front, just to add in a bit more of the bumper. And we'll just do this in edit mode, because that way it's already mirrored. One of my favorite cartoons growing up was Thomas the Tank Engine. And now, if you just Google my name, the only thing that ever pops up is Thomas the Tank Engine. So, there's that. It's because his friend, Thomas the Tank Engine's friend, is Connor the Train. So, obviously, Connor Thomas will just pop up Thomas the Tank Engine and Connor the Tank Engine. So my name is cursed on Google, basically. Okay, I think that works well. We'll put one in the center, right? Modifiers, so it'll make the intersection... Is it already not? I can check it. I'm not really going to probably apply it. I'm not needing it for animation. Like... I'm going to just select all of these and make these a little bit smaller. Just bring those into the surface of the train a little bit better. There we go. Okay. I think that works a little nicer. I probably don't need as many of them as I created. Yeah, I probably only need like a few. But then we'll create this kind of like front hitch here. We'll have some bigger circles there. I guess the idea though with these is to make them all feel a little bit more like Legos. So you can just probably shift select all of these faces here. We can extrude, and then actually having individual origins selected, we can scale those down. Just extrude those outwards. That feels like a Lego like top, right? Let's shade smooth that. I'll add in all the pipes and stuff on the edges here, and I think there's like, yeah, a little bit more curve on the front. I only remember the diesel was the bad one from Thomas the Tank. Yes. I don't remember, at this point, I don't remember too much about Thomas the Tank Engine. But it is funny though that like that was like one of my favorite shows growing up, and now it haunts me. It doesn't really haunt me. Okay, it doesn't haunt me, but where is this setting for the smoothing tool? Oh, it's right here under normals. Auto smooth. Perfect. I like that. That looks good to me. And then we'll add in some of the front pipes that kind of go around here. And save that. So we can also do that by saying Shift S cursor selected, and then we'll add in a curve here of a circle. Rotate X 90 degrees. Scale that out. Actually, we probably could have done this with the torus as well, but this is more fun. And then we can add in some geometry here. Say extrude it. Actually, I don't know that it's offset. Oh no, it's just the depth. There we go. And that kind of creates our little pipe that we have. I'll just have that kind of like floating out slightly. I'm probably going to make that a little bit smaller too. I don't know if you could hear that, but that was a car rushing down the road. Alright, 0.03 is probably the go. I'm going to kind of, on the side here, put some more of these kind of cylinders, maybe. Rotate that down to 90 degrees. Oh yeah, and I am beyond excited for the Into the Spider-Verse that's coming out. I think it's coming out in March. That's like, I think, one of the only films... Oh, I guess I'm really excited about Dune, too. And I don't know when that's coming out. I think that's coming out in... around the same time? Around in March or something like that? I'm going to add in a bunch of these edge loops because we can actually take one of the sides here and extrude it outwards. So do that. Let's select that edge. Just want to go to the left, please. Is that not an option? No, it's not. Perfect, thank you. Trying to just select this whole edge, and then we can kind of rotate the whole thing around. Let's see. I think that works. We'll do a couple more, something like that, and then we can just extrude that out. If I just take this whole thing and then we rotate this on the y-axis, we can just rotate it all the way to the other side. And that can connect. You know, low-key, here's the thing. I don't want all of them selected. I just wanted a few. But we can just go in and deselect all the ones we don't want, like so. And then now we can extrude that outwards. And I'm just going to rotate everything here 180 degrees. Control select for the shortest. I am. Or am I... How was I doing it? I always forget. Is it control? Oh no, whoops. I think I'm alt, so if you do control... I'm selecting stuff outside of the object mode. So wait, is it alt control or just... I just did it, but I just did by clicking alt. What I was trying to do was go left to right. Kind of add that there. I think that's nice. I think that'll look good. And now what we can do is we can just duplicate this a few more times. Okay, I think that works. Let's do the same trick we did with the other one. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to join these all together and add in a mirror modifier. And as you suggested before, we'll just mirror around the cylinder. That makes everything so much easier. Wow, I've been eyeballing this stuff for years, and now I just mirror around objects. Holy cow. Who knew there was a better way than what I was doing? Thank you so much for that suggestion. Okay, and let's see what I can add in. Some lights, a little pipe at the top, I think also. Which see, I'm gonna center everything here, so we'll add in a cursor there, and then we'll go ahead and add in a circle. Gonna scale everything down. Alt is for the whole edge, and Control for the shortest path between two edges. Oh, okay. I'll have to try that. Let's grab that down. Extrude upwards. There was a time, okay, that I knew every shortcut that was in Blender. I actually had them memorized. The only reason why was because there wasn't that many shortcuts in Blender. And now there are so many shortcuts. And I am thankful every day. Blender was the first 3D software that I ever started messing around in. And as I said, it was in Blender version 1.4 that I started doing it. And the reason why was because I wanted to do game design. And Blender had an internal game engine on it that I used. And it wasn't terrible. I mean, it wasn't great, let's be real. There were some people on YouTube that I followed back in the day, and I checked on them recently, and they haven't posted videos in years, but they would make like these first-person video games, like first-person shooters, and it looked like COD, you know, at the time. And it was really crazy stuff. There was a guy that made like Super Mario World or Super Mario Galaxy, and you can still see that stuff on YouTube to this day. Really crazy stuff. So like you could do stuff in the Blender game engine, and you can even export the game and finish it off into like an ext game. So it was pretty wild what you could do. There was quite a bit of limitations to it though. I'm just gonna scale that up as well. And then from there I kind of went to Unity and started making games in Unity, because at the time Unreal Engine I think costs money. I don't exactly know why I didn't use Unreal Engine, but I'm pretty sure it's because it costs money. I think that will be fine for that, and now we can start going in. And just finishing off the top of this big pipe. I'm trying to shift from Unity to Godot. It's like the Blender of games. Yes, Godot is is it just called Godot, or is that a short name for it? I feel like I've tried it before. I've used a few of the softwares. There's one called Game Salad. I used that. Game Maker, I've used Game Maker, if that's what Godot is. Unreal takes like 20 minutes to open a scene. If I click Use Starter Assets, it drives me absolutely nuts. I agree. Dude, I agree. Unreal Engine's load time is absolutely insane. And that is one of the reasons why I hate the software. There's a few reasons why I hate the software. The other is that it doesn't start out as a blank scene. It starts out with like pre-setup setups. So it's like you've got a sun, and then it's like a world, and it's like, I don't want that. You know what I want is just a gray, blank, ugly world that I can add whatever I want in. Why did I just make a sphere? Oh, because it is a sphere. I was like, I thought I was creating a pipe for a second. I'm gonna delete that. But that's all I want. I don't think it's that complicated. Kind of eyeballing this here. I think that's good. It's called Godot for one blue robot. Yeah, I've seen that. Yes. Oh, it's different from Game Maker. Okay. Feel like making a scene in an Unreal today. By the time it opens, okay, I'm over it. Closes Unreal. Facts, facts, facts. I couldn't agree more. And you know what though? They'll fix that. That's just like an annoyance that's currently a problem that they'll fix eventually. I think that's the thing I like so much about Blender is that it opens up so quickly, and they kind of fixed that on Maya. Maya opens up so fast now, comparative to what it did before. I'm not saying it's fast, but it is much quicker than it was before. Alright, now I guess we're doing like a bigger pipe. Just gonna go to this side here. Just kind of move that up here. Okay. Because I remember I used Maya, it must have been like 5 years ago. And that was when I was just like, wow, this loads so slowly. Recently I did a tutorial for Action VFX. I did their UDIM importing tutorial. And I had to learn how to import UDIM textures and models into every different type of 3D software. And or not every software, but it was like Unreal Engine, Cinema 4D, and Maya, and then Blender. And I gotta be honest here, I was expecting Blender to be the clunkiest, and it wasn't. It actually was probably the smoothest out of all those different engines to import stuff. So they're doing something right. And then that was in, I guess, Redshift. We did it in Redshift, we did it in Octane, and then we did it in Arnold, and then Blender, Eevee, and then the default Unreal Engine as well. Drive space decreases by 20 gigabytes, not to mention the memory that it takes to open up Unreal Engine. The memory is absolutely insane. And then on top of all of that, am I supposed to be scaling this down as I'm going? I guess now I should be. And then on top of all of that, your actual drive space just to have Unreal Engine on your computer, it's like, it's so large. It's like, why? It's like a Call of Duty game. Why do I need so much space just to have this software? And then from here, we'll just smooth everything out. So the community is what makes me stick to Blender. I agree with that. Interestingly, I was following this Discord the other day. They were chatting about why they didn't like Blender, and it was because of the community. And honestly, it's just jealous people talking. But one of the things that annoys me the most about seeing Blender stuff online is the unprofessionalness of the use of Blender. I don't find that a lot of people talk about color management and the proper uses of Blender inside of the industry and how to use it in production pipelines and stuff like that. And that's something that I really wish was shed a little bit more light on. I always call them YouTube effects, where you see like really cool VFX shots, but it's a YouTube shot. And if I tried to do that at a studio, I would just get ripped a new one because the color is wrong and it's, you're doing the visual effects shot in HDR or something like that. And not to say that there isn't work out there that does do that stuff, but I do find though that if you're looking at other softwares, you don't see as much shoddy work because of that. And there's some great resources. It's just, I think like Blender doesn't spend as much time doing their management on their color management and things like that that are really important for the software. But you know, of course that's changing. And as you mentioned, I guess they added their new color space AGEX into Blender 4.0. Yeah, I would agree with that. That there's more tutorials because there's more people that are accessing or have access to it. It's interesting though because Maya is, I feel like a lot more animators use Maya, but there's so much less tutorials and education out there about it, and that's something that Blender has them beat on. Ian Huber does a lot of VFX talk stuff. Yep. I don't follow him on his Patreon, but I have followed him since he did the Blender short film Tears of Steel back in like I think 2011 or something like that. He has created some really amazing work. I need to scale this actually in on the x-axis. That's what's going on here. Just to create that smooth edge. Gosh. I love his Dymo series that he created on YouTube. Some absolutely insane VFX in there. And he doesn't even have a huge team that does it. That's the crazy part. Okay, and then we can smooth that out as well using some kind of like subdivide surface or something. So if we just add that in the bottom there, let's actually just double that up, thinking that will be nice, and then we'll make this doubled up on the thickness as well. And then we can use probably a Boolean for the front window here. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm just going to place a cursor over here. Kind of scale that down and then just zoom that up as well. And let's see, I'm going to just apply that. And then for our Boolean, just select our cube here. I'll apply that as well, and we can just delete our cube. There we go. We got a window. Easiest way to add a window. Kind of create this sidecar now, I suppose. Probably just selecting these faces here. I don't mind if it comes out too much. I'm going to first actually add in an edge loop. Oh, I can't because of the freaking window. That's fine. I'm going to actually just extrude this outwards. Just the length of this car for the train. And we can add in another edge loop here. Something like that should do fine. And then we'll just extrude this upwards. About that far. And then we'll add in some of these, some of those poles that are in between. I think that'll work just fine. Just extrude that last bit out here for the top of the cart. And just add in little cubes that we can have everything kind of scale up on. And for our sake, for simplicity, I'm just going to use an array. I don't know how many we'll need. Just a few to go along the edge here. This isn't supposed to be that big of a cart, so I probably won't have this go as far back as we have it. So we can actually just grab all of these vertices here and then just bring those back somewhere around there. That's good. And now we just increase our array for that. And I think that should be good. I'm going to just add our cursor all the way back here, and then we can just do a plane and then just rotate that. I just need the back of this cart. Just kind of intersect that a little bit, and we'll create some depth to that as well. Not that we necessarily need it, but there we have it. And I'm going to mirror this. It already should be good, but that'll give us both sides just in case. And now we can actually, after we do this array, we'll mirror it as well. And we'll mirror it around the cylinder. So everything is kind of mirrored around this cylinder. And there we go. So that's that for that. I think the back train cart will be a little bit easier, so I'm not too concerned about time. Let's have this piece here. I'm going to just edge loop it and extrude outwards. Whoops. And we can just select the bottom face of it, kind of go down, extrude outwards. So we're going to create a little steps here. And since that's already mirrored over there, we didn't have to do it on both sides. It's kind of already done. Now it's just creating this bottom of the carriage that we can kind of bring down and have meet the bottom. Just select this whole thing. I just wanted to select that, and there we go. And we just bring that down. I like trains or just have like a bunch of primitives on them, like different cubes and circles and squares and all sorts of stuff. So, you know, and pipes. So we can actually start working on some of these wheels. I also like this. I don't know what that is. Just rotate this on the y-axis. Just kind of bring that down. And how many wheels does a train have? Is there going to be steam coming out of the train? Does this one have it? No. We could add steam, probably just with some assets. It's, you know, make your life a little bit simpler. Just using 2D assets. Grab that on the X, actually. Extrude X. Okay, and now, okay, I want to select this, select every other one, I suppose. Or we could add in post, yeah. That's where like compositing comes in. It's funny because I feel like when I was younger, I always try to do everything just inside of Blender. And it wasn't until I started working professionally that I realized like how much stuff is just added in post. Because I've worked on a few animated films, and that's where you kind of realize that, oh, nothing is real, and everything is done in post. All the effects work that's added in after the fact. Like that, I think that works really nicely. I'm going to shade smooth it and kind of just go make sure that we're not creating any issues there. I don't know how, let's do cursor to selected. Probably just add in a sphere. Yeah, I think I like that. That'll be our hubcap for our thing. Now, let's see, let's apply that there. We'll make that 1, and then we can apply our solidify. I'm going to add in an array. And then finally a mirror. Which I'm using this same method for the mirror for everything now. That is life-changing, okay? Just being able to mirror around an object. Scale that down, and we'll just I think that's good. Okay. How's that look, guys? How does that look for the front cart? Oh, I need this to the face to be a little higher. And then this guy, here's what we're going to do for this. I'm going to duplicate this whole thing, apply it, and then let's see, let's grab this way. I'm just going to select all of these faces that are on the front. If we just extrude that outwards and we place this back here, I think we can select a Boolean. And then not difference, we need that, there we go. Then apply it. Because basically what I need is I need this guy. And I want trying to figure out how, let's see. Let's hide that. This is the thing that we kind of want. We'll do Alt I or select invert vertices. Select invert, and then just select everything over there, just delete all the vertices. Now we just got like this front face. If we extrude that into here, do Alt H, and then for this top piece, then Boolean it. Oh, I keep having difference. Boolean tool add-on in preference, click the object, then you want to cut and then Control Shift. Oh, really? My problem that I'm having right now is I thought that I'm doing something incorrect here. And I've only done this like 1,000 times. I don't know why I am... So I'm trying to Boolean this. And I'm trying to get this to cut it out. So this is cube 36. Cube 36 selected. Operation, object, Boolean, difference. Control Shift minus. Okay. Alright, so you said Boolean add-on in preferences. Click the object, then what you want to cut. And Control Shift minus. Oh, is that an add-on total? Okay. I don't actually have the Boolean add-on enabled. Bool tool. Control Shift minus. Oh, I think I did it backwards. So you select this and then say Control Shift minus. But it's not cutting it! Why isn't it cutting it? It's literally intersecting. What is going on here? That's... So it's not working with regular Boolean, and then it's not working with the Bool tool, which should be this, select this, Control Shift, minus. That should work. Control minus? Well, that adds the Boolean tool in here, but as you can see, it's not actually subtracting the roof. Make sure scales are applied. I can do that. Or apply all transforms. All transforms. That might be the problem. I've never had that as an issue before. Yeah, that's still not working. Okay, fine. We will make do without. We don't need Booleaning. Let's just grab that up, and then if we add in, let's see, an edge loop here, I'm going to kind of just go all the way around if I can. I know, that's my response. Like I've Booleaned a lot of things, okay, and I've never seen something like that. Alt S, that'll work. Alt S will just bring it straight out. But it's fine. It's not gonna kill me. Either way, at least you're hip to the Bool tool now. Yeah, I like that. I like the Bool tool. Because that was, you know, one thing I really want fixed, and I'm almost willing to code this myself because this is how irritating it is in Blender. Modifiers list, you click on this, I just want to start typing. I want to start typing, and then it narrows down the list of modifiers. Like, that would be so beneficial to working with modifiers. There's a lot of times it's like, I want to add the solidify or the subsurface. It's like, I just want to start typing subsurface, and I know I can just press a key, and then it will pop up with the right one. So like if I pressed M, I think, oh, it's mesh cache. There are some where it's like S is the sequence cache. It's like, you know what would be nice? Oh, you can type in 4.0. Okay. You know what? I guess I have to swap the 4.0. All right. I understand. I get it. Okay, fine. I'll swap the 4.0 for the next stream. I've been dragging my feet, but it looks like you're going to convince me on this stream to drop over to 4.0. It's okay. I'll do it. It's hilarious. Every feature that I want is in 4.0. Okay, we're just going to grab that up, kind of create a bit of a curve to the top of this, and add in 2 more edge loops. We could just do that by selecting everything here. Uh, 401, now that they fixed issues. Okay, yeah, I will. I'll look into that. Also, the one thing I really am looking forward to is light linking. Because there's a lot of times where I really want to have like lights specific to a style that I'm going for. And I was looking forward to that aspect of Blender. Auto smooth that as well. Okay, we're gonna call that for the front cart, at least for now. I mean, there's still some stuff. It's like, you know, like maybe some rings or something like that around. I feel like I'm missing stuff. Let's duplicate this along the edge here. Just scale everything up slightly. Easy enough. Yeah, A for array is kind of... I knew that one. That's the one I know. The red triangle thing on the front of the train is missing. Oh, what red triangle thing? Oh, you right. I forgot that part. We can do that. I did think the front looked a little weird. And it's a good catch. Probably would have eventually caught it right when I was like rendering it for the first time, and I'd be like, oh, it's almost done. We're done, guys. And then I'm rendering, and then that's when you realize that you're missing like a whole aspect to it. You can do that fairly easy though. Let's just take the whole center here, and then we'll add in our cube that we want. Just rotate that here on the x-axis. In the modifier list, all of the underlined letters on the modifiers are what you can press for the shortcut. Are they really? Oh, they are. Holy cow. I never even noticed these underlines. So decimate doesn't have anything. I remember I was looking for decimate for a while. I couldn't figure out where it was, and then I was like reading through everything. Because they're not in alphabetical order. Well, they are, but based off of categories. So it's like figuring out what categories they are, which I guess makes sense. It's generate, deform physics. It's like you kind of realize that. But okay. Well, I'm glad I know that now that they added the feature of being able to type. You know, now I know that. Oh, I think this might be a little too low. Kind of bring that up. You see an underlined letter in the drop down. That's what it's for. They're all over Blender. Really? Edit. Oh, they do. So repeat last is just interesting. So Shift R or L. And I know some of these are sensitive to like where the mouse is at the time. I'm gonna kind of take this whole thing, and if we just select this whole front here, and I'm just gonna deselect these vertices. Just a smaller piece there, and then that way we can more align this to our front of our engine. Okay, that looks good. In the shader editor, there's a drop down for the object and world, and O is for the object and W is for the world. Gotcha. I guess I've always just clicked the buttons, you know. It's, at least with like certain menus, I've just kind of like clicked them. How steep is this? Oops. Oopsie. I think that works. So mirror, what letter is that actually? Oh, it doesn't have a shortcut. That's unfortunate. It's one of my favorites. Oh, you did? Okay. It was probably because they just released like their release of like the next release, and then they were like, oh, by the way, now you don't need to press the letter that's underlined. And then everyone was like, wait, what? That was a thing? I didn't know you could do that. Let's see, rotate around medium point. Y, Z, Y, 90 degrees. And they're like, yeah, you didn't know? That's been a feature. And then they gaslight you, right? And they're like, well, you knew about it. We told you about it. It was in our tech release. Or our spots. Right, that's not going to work. I think that works, and then we'll do this, and we'll scale this on the Z-axis a little bit further. Okay, that works. And now, let's see, I want this guy. And we'll just extrude that outwards and just kind of line that up with the rest. Alright, and then you said basically how I learned about the underline thing. Oh, it was. Okay. I was just guessing. I was like, you know what? That's probably how most people probably figured out about it. They watched the Blender Today or whatever it's called. And they were like, oh yeah, so now instead of you having to do that, you know, you can just do that. I mean, that's how I figure out a lot of this stuff. It's like late. And now it's even later, right? I got you guys telling me, and I'm like streaming, trying to act like a professional over here, and then I'm figuring out how to do half of the shortcuts. Okay, so the purpose of this is like a guard. I'm going to select this whole center cube here, and since that's we'll use proportional editing, and then we'll just grab it on the Z-axis or XY axis. That's what I want. This is more so what I want, something like that. And we'll take this whole thing and then make sure that it's behind everything. kind of just select this edge here. And line that up as well. Alright, well that's gonna do for our front piece anyways. And let's see. And we're gonna add all this snow in on that. I guess I can add these hooks. Where's that at? Oh, I got that here. Yeah. Add mirror to your quick favorites. Oh, I could do that. I think the only thing I have in my favorites is the origin to geometry. Okay, that used to be a shortcut. I think it was just like M on your keyboard, and then they removed it in one of the later versions of Blender. I think once they hit the 3 series, they removed it. That was one of the things that really annoyed me, was that they changed some of that. Also, the normals. Like you used to, I think it was Control M? No, because that's mirror. There was a shortcut that I feel like in edit mode, if you had your faces selected and you pressed M, I thought it pulled up a menu and you could select normals, and that would reset your normal faces. That used to be like the way you did that. And then they got rid of that, which is really sad. Okay, I'm going to just increase the amount of wheels there. And I add these hooks on the front as well. To a Bezier curve, I suppose. Let's see, rotate that. Cool. Now the trick is I'm not using proportional editing. Oh, thank you. I figured this stream could go one of two ways today. It was either gonna be really sad because I have to do a lot of modeling, or I was gonna get really lucky by it being easy. And so far I think I've gotten pretty lucky. I'm gonna scale that down on the x-axis anyways. Although I don't know that it looks exactly like I want it to look, so that's just gonna be a little bit more fiddling. But honestly, here's the thing, guys. There's only so much you can do in a 3-hour live stream. So it's like I'm going to try to do my best, but at the end of the day, I got to finish this. And I had on previous streams done multiple streams, like so it was like part 1, part 2, part 3. But I find that I think a lot of people prefer me to try to finish the image in one go rather than spending a lot more time on it. But sometimes I just want to, it's not depth, it's, what am I doing here? Oh, is it because I scaled X on 0? That's probably what ended up happening. I guess I'm fine with this. I'm going to go to Object and then say... I'm going to add an array. That's kind of really what I need to do here. But I need to apply everything and then add an array in. Just add that to there. And I want to add in another array, but this one's going to be further to the other side. Either that or we could use a mirror, I suppose. And we'll mirror it around our lovely cylinder. There we go. I think that's good. I like that for the hooks there on the front. Then we'll add a little bit of snow and stuff onto the sidecar here. Okay, great. This will be a bit of a nightmare. I'm going to hide. Let's organize this stuff, because this is very quickly going to turn into a nightmare of files. Actually, it's already turned into a nightmare. What am I saying very quickly? It already is. Let's create a new collection here. We'll call this one layout. And let's select all of this. Yep. Just drag that over to our layout. Our Bezier curve, we drag it to layout. And then under our collection, I'm going to just hide our layout selection here. And then over here, we can start selecting some of this other stuff. Just one by one, just start throwing everything in there. This will just allow us to very easily see what our train is and what everything else is. And then now we could just go in and add a new collection, and we'll call this train. And then inside of this collection, I'm probably actually going to add another new collection, and we'll call this front cart. So there we go. Just going to select our whole front cart here and then add that in. Okay, great. So for our layout, we can unhide that. And our front cart now, I'm just going to scale it down. Just kind of line it up on our train track that we have here. How close to the camera do we want this thing? You know, you could have sub-collections. And I'll be honest, here's the thing about collections also. I kind of prefer the layer-based system in old Blender. I don't know if you remember that or not, but I kind of prefer it. Okay, well, I don't like how small this is, so we're just gonna fix how big the train track is rather than the other way around. And if we select that, under our array is basically where we're doing this, we can just extend it outwards. So 0.05, we could do 0.1, 0.1, and yeah, that pretty much lines everything up there. And then all of our lovely cubes that we have here, just go through and select all of those now. This is why I kind of wish that these were like on an array system that was following a curve, because I kind of knew that we were going to need to make some adjustments to this. But what we can do right now anyways, we only have to select these once. And then we'll just press Ctrl J. And then under everything, we have all scaled. We'll scale to, I think, medium. If we do individual origins, can I not scale? No, sorry, individual origins is what I want. Okay, that's not going to work. If we do scale this like this, though, we can scale these up. Now, actually, since we do have everything selected, if we go under our layout over here, we can add in, I guess we don't need to. I think that's good. Alright, so then everything's kind of scaled up properly there, and then let's go ahead and save that. Now we just need to work on the back cart that's going to be behind this train. And Botanic is currently hidden as well. Let's re-enable that. Hit the save button. I did a stream of a train like 2 years ago. Because I did streaming before I started up again recently. And that train was not that good. So I'm hoping that this one turns out better. And so far, so good. We're already on a better path for what we had before. Okay, so instead of front cart, I'm going to create a new collection here, and we'll call this second cart. And a quick reminder, if you guys aren't already, please hit that subscribe button with the bell notifications turned on. I do have some videos planned that hopefully I'll be able to get to here this week, now that taking a little bit of time off from work for Christmas break. So I will be able to accomplish a lot more of that stuff. Actually, let's see. We're going to apply the array first and then the mirror. And then we grab that and we move this along. Just grab that and then we'll bring that down. Probably should go in here and then kind of like align some of these, just because for the purpose of the render. I know that the cart won't be rotated, but unfortunately we're in make-believe world. Let's go ahead and save that, and then I'm gonna add in a cube. It's basically just a box cart back there. I'm gonna take that, kind of scale everything up. Hardest part of the train is done. Yeah, I guess the hardest part is done. It's the front. It's also the part closest to the camera, whereas back here everything will be a little bit more out of focus, so we won't have to worry too much about that. That size is pretty good there. You just have to add in these windows. One crazy statistic I saw, though, was since I've been on the bright side, you won't see what the wheels of the track on the can. Yes, no, you won't. They're so far back there, everything will kind of be out of focus. It doesn't matter. Now, as long as everything lines up, because if it's floating, then you'll definitely notice that. But I think though, having it like this is probably the best way to do it. Scale that down. We'll just extrude inwards as well, and then we will delete. So now we kind of have like cart. We'll need that like top that we've been doing. Let's extrude that, scale it out, and we'll just kind of go from there. Scale that in, making sure that I'm scaling on the y-axis specifically. Okay, great. Wow, guys, maybe this was easier to do the back part. I should have started with the back. Would have given me less anxiety. Okay, we'll duplicate this. Need to line this up with this edge, and bet you if I go to, oops, not here, open up the object properties here, probably just zero this out. Yeah, we can. 90 degrees, who knew? Math for the win, guys. Math for the win. 0, and just extend this a little bit over here to 1.1. 1.15. Is music playing right now? I just realized that my music application's kind of frozen. That's hilarious. I guess the text is still there. I'm using because like OBS doesn't have a feature of being able to tell you what song you're listening to at any given time. But I have the music player up on the screen up here, and then I'm using a Luma key of that window to display it on right below my name right here. Which is like the only way I could figure out how to do it. Well, that's good that it is playing. I feel like this back area was so much easier. We got the windows. All I need to do is... Wow. Create this like door frame area. Kind of bring that up as well. I think that looks okay. And now I just kind of need this center part. I'm gonna apply that. Now we can kind of just delete these. And then maybe this is just gonna be a door, so say only faces, only faces. I'll delete these edges as well, I suppose. Make sure I'm not deleting edges back there. And then only edges and faces. There we go. Now I just need this piece here to go all the way down. Which we can actually fix this just by deleting that vertice. Just extrude that all the way down. Create a nice bottom ledge. And now we've got ourselves a doorway. Do any cleanup work that we need? I think that's good though. I am seeing here though. Let's see. Let's just duplicate that down. I know that's not clean, okay, guys? I know that's not clean. That's not the proper way to do it. But that'll work for this render. Actually, mostly looks like it looks more like a carriage that horses would be in. I'm not gonna lie. This looks like a one of those horse carriage places. Let's see, cursor 2 selected, and then I'll just add in some kind of like door handle, I suppose. Yeah, like a horse holding carriage. Not a horse carriage, not a horse drawn carriage. Just like a containment area where horses are being taken inside of your on the train. I feel that's at least what like these bars make it look like. I feel like that's just the vibe that it's coming out as. And maybe once we do a lot of the color work, then it'll be a little bit different, or like the shading work, I should say. All right, I'm gonna select everything here. Let's just press Control J. Oh, hey Nathaniel, welcome to the stream. Yes, Christmas vibes indeed. Just creating ourselves our train set under the tree. That's the idea. Just lift that. Actually, I kind of like that. Oh, thank you for the movie Holiday in the Vineyards. Thank you. That was a fun one to work on, especially since it was like one of the only films I got to work on this year, just with how slow everything was. Scale that in. I'm just going to extrude again, scale down a little bit, extrude outwards a little bit. There we go. You like the train set, or you like the movie Holiday in the Vineyards? Because I got to work on a film that went to Netflix. Yeah, the writer's strike plus the actor's strike. That was the thing that really made everything a lot longer. Alright, we're going to extrude this directly outwards. And then I think if we extrude it again, scale... Extrude that inwards. Extrude again. Scale. Extrude. Scale. Extrude. Scale. Extrude. Scale. I'm just going to create this bulb on the front here. Scale that down again. Okay, I think that works really nicely. I thought I could do control. Is it Alt Shift or Control Shift? I guess not. I'm gonna select all of this around the edge here. You saw the movie? Wow. Okay. I mean, it is like on the top 10 list of Netflix. It's a rom-com. It's not for everyone. I would say I'm not really a rom-com kind of guy personally. More of a die-hard Christmas kind of guy, you know what I'm saying? But working on those are fun because there's a lot of invisible VFX. We got to do a bit of green screen work on that film, as well as like all the screen replacements, sign replacements, some really fun sign replacements too. Like the one guy, he works at like a shop, and we changed. It was like Moe's shop. That was all like fake, so that was cool. And so working on stuff like that's kind of fun. Some of my favorite VFX shots are. It was different. It was just on where I was. Yeah, basically, right? Let's save that. I guess there's one more light bulb right up here that we can add. I'm gonna duplicate this actually. Scale it. Just kind of. Oh, whoops, not X. Y axis. X easy. Yeah, that's like the typical Christmas like kind of rom-com vibe, right? You know, it's not made for people like me and you, I guess. So let's extrude that outwards and just kind of create a nice little lip here for the light. I'm gonna select both of these and then move them out, just that way we're not clipping anything. That should be good. Ooh, might want to fix that. Perfect. Cool, so now we have our lights on the front, and I think we're finished with the carriage in the back. What do you think? Is the carriage good, or should I make some more adjustments to it? How are we feeling about that? So we could start getting into some shading and lighting. It's going to be quite a bit of shading actually to do. That's great. I like that. I like a good old-fashioned locomotive. And then, suppose we don't know. I'm going to save. But let's see what this looks like here. Yeah, the tree up there doesn't look too bad. And then for these trees down here, we can add in like more of the white speckles and stuff like that. I'm going to organize some more stuff a little bit. Actually have, oh, is that all one? Oh, that's right, it is just one. So we got our train. I'll have to add in some lighting, and carriage looks good. I think it'll look better once it's shaded. Yeah, that's true. And then we can always go in and add some more details and stuff. It's very basic, but it's also pretty far away. So I'm going to, because this is the primary focus point, I'm going to just add in interesting, we already actually have an empty here. I think that's because that was what we were using for the first train mirror. But for this, I'm going to call this our camera. I'm going to add in a new empty. Just add one right there. Just call this focus. And then for our camera settings, let's go ahead and get that selected. And then we don't need our background image anymore, but we do want depth of field turned on right over here, and I'm going to select focus. So I had it selected, and then I unselected it. And then we'll make this pretty shallow depth of field. First, I'll just set it to like 1. You can kind of see what it's doing if we go over to our viewport settings over here, and then turn on, oops, it's right here, and then we turn on depth of field. You can see how much depth of field it's really adding. You can see it's not really doing too much, so we might want to make this less. And honestly, this is because our scaling isn't correct on our world, but hey, you know, that's not a problem. We we don't need the scaling to be correct. Tucker and Dale vs. Evil was a good movie. I watched it on Halloween. It's a slasher parody. Oh, okay. I also heard, is that like an animated film? Or, I actually haven't heard of that. One that I did see recently that brought back some old memories was Chicken Little, like the claymation film. They made a sequel, and it's now out on Netflix. So I kind of want to go check that out. All right, for lighting, what are we going to do here? I think we do a few things. I'm going to, let's just do this. Go to Polyhaven. We'll just grab an HDRI as like our starting place, and then we can go from there. Do indoor. Do they have like a Christmas? Like, I'm feeling, you know, like warm, cozy. That like warm, cozy interior feel. Ooh, with like a fireplace. That might be a bit yellow. This stuff tends to make everything super tinty. Can always do it and remove some of the saturation. Was Tucker and Dale a animated film, or was it like a live action? I would imagine it's live action if it's a slasher film. Although that would be like a crazy like anime-esque type of thing if it was a slasher film that's animated. I'm going to try this. I know I'm not going to like it. We'll download that. Let's see. Let's go over to our world options. I'm not using physical atmosphere this week because because it's not outside. Let's see, fireplace. Let's go view this. I just feel like it's just so dang yellow. It's not the feel that I want. Tucker and Dale just sounds like an animated film. You got to admit that's not. Maybe it's because of what's that Disney animated film? Dale, something in Dale. Coulda sworn Polyhaven was a Christmas interior HDRI. Do they have one? Is it called Christmas? No. Oh, they've got a Christmas photo studio. This might work. A little bit brighter. And honestly, our regular photo is pretty bright, so I might try that. It's just so dang bright. I don't want it that bright. It's like too bright. Here's what we can do though. We can go to our shader editor and then swap this over to world. And then we could just, oops. We could just add a mapping on here and then rotate like Z-wise. Something like that. And then we could just change the strength of this. Just gets a starting place. Not too concerned about it being perfect for what we want, but oh yeah, you recommended decrease the strength, but at least we'll get like kind of more of the angle that we need and a lot of the fill light to be more accurate. I think also we can add in some fun lights as well. I mean, our front light here is going to have a light inside of it, which we can do right now. Let's add in some materials. So we'll call this base train. I guess you're... Oh yeah, Chip and Dale. Yeah, because the name Dale just like reminds me instantly of that. Which I know they didn't have a slasher film, Chip and Dale, but let's call this glass. And then we'll add in some glass here, which is that G, by the way? It is, and it's underlined. Wow. Imagine that. Now I'm seeing these underlines everywhere, and I never was paying attention to it before. Go ahead and assign this glass to the glass that we have. And then I'm going to add a cursor to selected there. If we add in our light, our point light, just make sure that it's on the inside of our housing. Perfect. And we'll just make this kind of... Although making a Chip and Dale slasher film does sound like a really good idea. Disney, hire me. I'll do it. But yeah, so we just add in, you know, this is all glass now, but we'll add in light bulbs on the inside of that glass. And cool thing about the glass though, just completely make that on the inside. I think actually probably for this one, because everything is so much smaller, we'll just have to make this radius smaller. That's all easily enough. Just make the light a little orangey as well. You ever use Blender Kit add-on for your textures? They have 100% of free materials. I'll be honest, I really like shading. I like making my own textures. What I really need to do though is start adding in a materials like asset library, which I mean Blender now can easily do. But oftentimes I just find myself just going to Polyhaven, downloading some textures, and then making some modifications to it. That's generally how I'll end up doing that stuff. But not opposed. Make this Last anime movie you watched was Super Mario one. Yes, Super Mario was really good. I liked it. I think, you know, it's interesting to see how far Illumination as a studio has come. They make some of the highest quality animated films now, and it's really impressive. I love their hair, just like hair, like the fur and hair they have in their films are pretty dang realistic. And that's like, it's like, seems like a strange thing to really be impressed by, but I just love how realistic their renders look. They have this beautiful lighting in every single shot, and yeah, I'm a huge fan. Yeah, a Winnie the Pooh slasher film. Wait a second, they did that. Didn't they just have something like that come out? Or it's like on its way out or something? I thought I saw something like that. So these like be wooden... I guess this would be like a wooden miniature, right? I'm almost thinking clay plaster. I like this, it's just the wrong color. But that's okay, we can fix that. And actually, it's almost funny, we could probably actually just make this texture ourselves. You want to know why Blender is so much easier to import textures than any other software? I'll show you right now. It's actually crazy. This right here is the reason why. Just this simple feature right here. Drag, drop, drag, drop, drag, drop. Crazy, right? Crazy how simple of a feature that is. That's what makes it better. Because a lot of other, like Arnold and softwares like that, they do not have that ability. And even the ones that do, it's a little clunkier. Just a slight bit clunkier. You know what's also crazy? Check this out. Normal, map, drag, click, placed, moves everything. Works perfect every time. But we're having problems right now because I extruded everything back there. So we'll just press Control T. We'll add in our textures and mapping. And we're just going to change this to generated. And I think we could just drag and drop that. Either this, or we can literally just... yeah, I think that works nicely. Or Control Shift T with Node Wrangler and automatically sets them up to the right nodes with the mapping. Wait, that works? Where you select like just the images? Because I always just press Control T with Node Wrangler and adds in the mapping node. I didn't know. I almost want to try it. I didn't know you could do that. Dude, you guys are teaching me so much. This is why I think everyone should live stream. You just got everybody watching you and they tell you what you're doing wrong. And that there's a way faster way of doing it. You can press Control Shift T and it will auto connect all the textures stuff automatically. That's wild. I didn't know you could do that. Why is it I'm just learning everything? Okay, I'm gonna try that on this texture right here. I'm excited, guys. I'm like so excited right now. Let's see. Let's go back to downloads. We'll unzip this guy. Textures. Sure. Drag drop everything. That's the other thing also. Oh wait, you can't drag drop everything. That's the thing that pisses me off about Blender. Drag. Displacement. Sure. Normals, sure. Roughness, sure. So, I do have Node Wrangler enabled, so I drag select everything, Control Shift T. That doesn't. Control Shift T? I do have. Control Shift T. What am I doing here? Don't drag drop. Just hit Control Shift T and then select them in the downloads. Oh! Okay, I get what you're saying. So Control Shift T, and then we go here, and then we go to our downloads, and then we find the table, textures, and then I'll just select everything. Did that do it? Downloads. Trying to find, oh, just the Blender file. No. Just the diffuse? No. Select principal BSDF first. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Select principal BSDF first. Control Shift T, and it'll open up the window, and then import. Gotcha. Downloads. Boom. Textures. Okay, maybe I do have to have the images selected with that selected. Okay, great. I'll do that now. Process of elimination, guys. All right. What? What? Wow, my life has changed. My life has changed. This. Oh my god. That's wild. Why do you guys have to make my life so easy? I like manually dragging everything in. Holy crap. That's insane. That's insane. That's wild. So generated is not going to quite work for us, but that's crazy. Okay, normal. Yeah, that's fine there. Okay, great. And then now I just select everything over there and then say unwrap. And let me name this texture first. Yeah, literally. And we caught it on camera. That's going to become a YouTube short right there. Clip it. And we'll do that. Wild. There's the little things in life that make it worth living. That's crazy. I didn't know you could do that. Okay, I'm gonna edit these Christmas trees now. What we can do, this is a fun little thing that I learned how to do a few weeks ago on our, well, I guess it was like a month ago. We did one of our horror streams. I was screwing around. You can take a texture coordinate, and we can take a mix node and then do a mix color, I think. And if we just view this of our trees, it just has blue. And if we view our normals, it has every single direction. Blue happens to be facing up. So what we can do is we can say color, and then we can say, I think we could probably use a subtract and take the normals from there and then subtract that. I think actually, one second, let's do. And then from here, we can add in a saturation node. And then we can remove complete saturation from it. And now, let's swap these two. A factor to be 100%. But this will only give us the facing up normals, is essentially what we want. And oops, we can do that by also adding in a color ramp. And adding in some more contrast to the image. I think that should work, but we'll want to swap white to black. Perfect. And now we can add in an invert node. Yep, and so now that's only the facing up branches. And so we have our leaves, and then we're going to add in a principled BSDF, which will just be our generic white texture. And we can then also add in a mix shader, and we'll be taking this as our factor and then plugging this into our shader over here, and then this into our principled BSDF into that. And so now it's going to create white snow dots on the areas in which are facing upwards. And so let's go back to camera view. And that'll create a bit of a sprinkling white snow rather than those ugly globs inside of the Botanic plugin that we had. And you can adjust how much you want through this color ramp over here. That'll give you kind of like that adjustment. But this is just like a nice, easy way to add a little bit of texturing to your trees. And last week, I think I was talking about that with the mountain. If we saw the mountain, we would be able to add that. And so it's only the vertical normals facing upwards. And then it can make it look like snow's dropping down on top of it. But for us, this is going to work just fine. Let's just take this whole setup here, Control C, and let's select this bush over here. I think we have to go to Botanic and say convert to editable object. And then here inside of the texture setups, we're going to want to paste our entire same setup that we did. We'll just move our material output over here, and then we'll just do the same thing. Principled BSDF, and then a mix shader. And then again, just plug that into the factor, and then you plug your shader into the top input, and then your principled BSDF into the bottom input. And we can kind of get the same result over there. And then we'll just view our mix shader, and there you go. And that gives you a nice little sprinkling of dust onto your materials. Great. Let's move on to some of the other stuff. We have to add in, now that's some snow that won't melt my PC by overheating or crash. It probably will. I'm not gonna lie. It's a pretty hefty computation, I think, for the normals. It might be better than something that you would do. Let's see, it might be better than like a simulation, and it also will be way better than the snow plugin that we'll be using here in a second. But it's certainly still going to be a little bit of computative power. If you can bake it, try to bake it. There are ways to bake things. For instance, if we wanted to just take this texture here and then output just this, I think we can. And then you just load that as a PNG photo, and then we can use that as a matte rather than having to do every single frame, check the normals of what's facing upwards. But, you know, for this particular thing, for our purposes, just rendering out a single image is all we need, so we're not doing an animation. We don't have to worry about that. Let's see. One thing I always like to do, especially with lighting, is add in a cube behind the camera. Kind of just scale everything up here in this particular instance. And then we'll select this face here and only delete faces. We can scale kind of this whole edge up. We're not trying to see it. We just need it for lighting. And if we take this guy, whoops, and let's zoom out here, we'll create a flag color that will be just dark gray. Could even be full black if we really wanted it to. But now if we go in It'll be a lot darker on this side of the image, which may be problematic. Just trying to create some deeper shadows here so that way it feels a little more contrasty. I think that'll work just fine doing it like that. Let's go ahead and save that. And that should be good. I'm going to also just make it so I can't see it. So viewport display, I'll just set that to wireframe. And I'm going to create a new collection for some of this. Call this lighting. And we'll just drag this cube and place it inside of that spot there. Okay, great. There are a few other things that we can start working on. Let's start working on this track down here. I'm going to add a new material for that. Click new, and then we'll call this... well, there's going to be a lot of metal. So we'll just call this metal rail. I'm going to turn this off over here. I'm going to turn the roughness down on it. Kind of get more of a goldish copper feel to it. We're going to turn metallic all the way up. And I think that's good. I'm going to turn... I think that's about right. Oh, geez. Kind of line that up a little bit better. Just trying to... I think that works good. Okay, let's save that. Let's create a new material for this. Red plastic. Do I have like a plastic, like dirty plastic material? Go to all and search for plastic. It's not what we really want though, is just grime. Do I have? I don't. I have another plugin. It's called, I think, weathering plugin or something like that. It's a really nice plugin. But for right now, we can just do this through a Musgrave texture. And yeah, that looks fine. I'm just going to take this principled BSDF. We can duplicate this downwards and just kind of make it a little bit darker. Maybe slightly a little more brownish. And then we can take a mix node and we can do a mix shader, similar to what we did for the trees. We're just going to swap these in here. We'll go ahead and go view that. And that'll just make everything a little bit less perfect, a little less clean. Blender kit. Oh, yeah. Is that like a default add-on, or do I have to go get it? I don't... So I'm not going to download something right now, but maybe I should go get that later. I get the note though. I'll look into it. Let's see, let's L select that, and then we'll do select inverse. This will be a little bit easier. Oh, I guess we'll do this. We'll do this, we'll call this blue plastic. And then we'll call this one red plastic. You have to get it. There's so many free materials. You just have to drag and drop. There was another one that I had. I don't know if it was the Blender kit one or not, but it also had 3D models in it. The thing I didn't like is that always it would have this like big pop-up on the bottom of Blender. It just made it very like annoying to work with, so I didn't prefer that. Ooh, call this gold pipe. Just increase the metallicness of this, and then we will reduce the roughness. And actually, for our roughness, we can actually add in probably a Musgrave, and we'll just plug that into our see our color ramp here, and I'm not going to make this full white. We'll probably just like kind of go a bit gray on it. And just drag this. Also, something I've noticed, and this is a pretty good computer. I don't know why it's so laggy, and it might be because I'm streaming as well. I don't know, but one thing I have noticed on this version of Blender is that it is crazy with these color ramps. It hates the color ramps. Wow, it's like an ad. 20,577 free models, materials, and ace your eyes. Go download it now. All right, I'll get it. And if you use the coupon code Save Your Life, well, it's free, so there's no coupon code. Okay, that's good. I like that. And then we'll use that same material for this top piece right here as well. Gold pipe. For this gold top, though, let's duplicate this. And then gold speckle. I'm going to add a noise texture. If we go look at that, you can see what it's doing. We're going to scale that up to kind of create like these mini little bumps that are going to be in it. And then if we take this, we can actually plug this directly into our displacement. And then if we plug this into our roughness, which it already is, and we go view this, this will give us more of a bumpy surface that we will want. So we can go look at this again. Let's increase the scaling of this. Somewhere around there should be fine. Then we can go view our main principled BSDF again. I'm probably going to increase the roughness, so if we just take this and then plug it into the roughness as well, that'll be better for this particular element. Should be good. I like that. And then probably going to make it so that the roughness, let's just add a color ramp and plug this into the roughness one. And less full white. Want it more gray. So select gray there. And we can always make it more contrasty if we want, but I think that'll work. Go ahead and save that. And just keep working on the rest of this. So, probably going to want this nice blue material for the rest of it. So for the base of the train, we can add in this nice blue, something like that. And then we will take the roughness down a notch. And I think we don't need to increase the metallic of it. We can slightly. It is plastic though, so we don't want it to feel too metallic-y as much as we want it to feel like plastic. Something like that should be good. And again, we can add in some Musgrave. And this will just allow us to have, some slightly discoloration with inside of it. So I'm probably going to make that darker and then more washed out. And again, we can go into here and then we can add a mix shader. And we will plug this into both of our shaders. And then the FAC into Musgrave. I think that looks pretty good. Might even add a color ramp into here. A little bit more contrast between the two sections. Oh, nice. Okay. And maybe brighten this up a little bit. And slightly less contrast. That'll, I think, will work pretty nicely for that. Okay, let's go ahead and save that. And we're going to use that blue a lot of places. So now that that is finished, go ahead and select that base color. And then for here as well, for the blue plastic, we'll just select base train. And go ahead and save that as well, and we'll keep moving on. I don't know, how do we feel about like the gold? Do gold, or we can duplicate this and call it silver. And maybe instead of this gold here, we'll just go to a white color. A little bit darker. It's pretty nice. Go ahead and save that again. We're probably going to use that on this. Let's add this silver into this piece here. Though I am thinking, since we have this, let's go back to camera view. Let's make this multicolor. So we'll add in a new, and we'll call this base train. Hit assign. And again, for this part here, assign. Go ahead and save that again. That will help with that. This is feeling very flat, and it is. And so we'll need to kind of clean that up. Oh, did I not add a window there? I thought I did. Must have added it and then removed it later. So for this, we'll go ahead and add in ourselves a boolean. I'm going to do this and then just apply it. Oh, we're having that weird issue again. Fine. I'm gonna just apply this mirror and then... Oh, gotcha. I see what happened. Exit, or delete this. Only the faces. Only the faces. Only the faces. Okay. And now if we take this, I'm going to add an edge loop. Oh, I can't really. Well, that's fine. What I do want to do though is select this whole interior here. And let's see, let's go back to our shaders and select red plastic and hit assign. I have to select red plastic first. Can I not? Do I need to reboot Blender? Is it having problems? It is. So we'll just go ahead and restart this thing. Why are we not adding in a new material? There we go. Assign. There we go. Save and then put that back in the render view. Cool. I'm thinking that I'm wanting this like edge here. I need to select this whole thing. And honestly, we're not going to see it go all the way over there, but I'm going to duplicate this and extrude it outwards. I'm just kind of trying to create a little bit of a lip or something. We'll take this whole thing and make that like a red plastic line. And go ahead and save that as well. I think for this interior stuff, we just kind of need to start assigning some more red, at least with the windows. And that'll help kind of keep a lot of that there. And I think also, let's add in a little bit extra detail. We kind of knew all this was going to happen. Let's grab this over here and just kind of move that in. Just to add in a little bit of extra detail that we can have on the walls. Cool, so we can save that, and because this is, oh, and then back here we'll just add in a, we can add in wallpaper, I suppose. Let's go ahead and look at some wallpaper that we have in here. Do we have any wallpaper? Not seeing anything stick out at me. Might do like a brick design. I think that could work also. Let's do this one. Download this, save. And I'll do you guys' new idea. Or select this. Gotta unzip it first. So select this. Control-Shift-T. You know, I pressed Control-Shift-T before. I just didn't know what it really did. Well, I guess I do now. Nice. I like that. They look about the right size. I'm going to add in a value node into this scale here. I'm actually scale these to be a little bit larger. Something like, oh sorry, a little bit larger, 1.2 probably. I think, let's see, I want to add a plane. Something like that, just to cast a shadow on the back there, make it a little less overt. Go ahead and save that. And then for the trim that we created on this, created this like lovely trim. Let's go ahead and select it. I kind of want to add in a new material, the gold speckle, and hit assign. And then for the side here, we can kind of do something similar as well. Let's see. Let's add an edge loop in here, and then another edge loop. And then we can kind of take this, extrude it outwards, extrude that up, extrude that out. Just kind of extrude that out as well, I suppose. And then this, select all of these edges facing the camera. And again, we will add in a gold speckle, assign. And there we go. That's already feeling a lot better. Actually, almost wondering if we add in a subdivide surface. What does that look like? Looks like crap. So let's not do that. Uh-oh. There's the first crash of the day. I don't remember when I saved. I feel like I just saved. Let's see. Recover, autosave. Yeah, that might work. I'm gonna have to do this bottom piece of thing over here again. That was the one time I didn't save within like 30 seconds. That's like really annoying. Oh well, it happens. Easy enough to fix though. I just have to go in and add in some of these like textures that I did. Go ahead and assign that there. Okay, great. And then we'll just do the same thing over here. Just kind of extrude that out and then extrude this up. And I technically did it more efficient this time. Check that out. Alrighty then, I think that looks pretty good. My one trick I like to do also is just adding in another cube. Just scale everything up. Probably go down to somewhere around this. It doesn't need to be massive. And let's see, that should be good there. Cool. I'm going to create a new material and we'll just call this fog. And inside of here, I delete the principal BSDF and add in a volume scatter. And at first, this is going to be way too much density. But we can decrease that to like 0.01 and then increase our entropy to like 0.65. And now if we increase this to like a 0.2 or maybe like a 0.1, maybe even less than that, 0.02, we can start getting some nice light streaks with inside of our render. So I'm going to try to find something that works as like a happy medium. And then we can take this tree here actually, go ahead and save that. Of course, hit the save button, everybody. That's how rendering works, right? What I'm trying to do actually, and that actually works pretty well as is. Let's select our point lights, and now if we increase these at all, they will cast little flares in that fog layer. So let's see, let's grab that again. Go to like 0.02. Okay, and I'm going to hide that under viewport display and then wire so we can see a little bit more of what we're doing. I'm going to add in some more lights with that being selected. Oh yeah, lighting is already selected. So let's add in an area light. Throw that back here, scale it up. And for right now, actually, I'm also just kind of focusing on this guy. I think if we increase that, more of like an edge light on this this train here. One thing you do have to be careful of is that I am lighting up the fog as well. But as for right now, I'm kind of happy with the way that's looking, so that's okay. I think this ground that we have here, I'm going to save this, but I think I want this to be a subdivided surface on it. Smooth it out a little bit. Somewhere around there, yeah. Great. That's a lot better. And now, all these guys, let's add in new material. What does our photo look like? Kind of a dark purpley color. Then we'll do like a Musgrave on top of that. Yeah, that's nice. I'll duplicate this principled BSDF. A little bit darker. And we can do a mix shader. Now we can go view that. Give us better results. I think also give a color ramp with it. And just kind of make it a little more contrasty. Cool. We'll go ahead and save that. And now we just need to kind of select everything. Just swore we wouldn't do this again. But I lied. And the last one, there we go. And we'll just unselect that. Apply everything to it, and now everything will have the same material. So go ahead and save that now, and that should be good there. Let's see. There's this whole front piece here. Which I can just deselect the areas that we don't want. And that should be good. I'm going to add in a new one called white plastic. And then we'll add another, which will be red plastic. And now we could just assign this red plastic here. Only on that front piece. And we'll just select all these cylinders as well and apply that there. But the white plastic, we should be good with that. I might increase the, or decrease the roughness. Gotcha. And increase the base color as well. Now, with our white plastic selected, we're going to want to add like that snow on the top. And again, we could probably do this the easy way of just adding in a texture coordinate. Let's do that. And then also taking a normal. And then taking a mix node and turning this into a color. And take the normal A and then subtract this from that. Subtract, which is, where is it at? Right here, yes. And then we'll just turn the factor all the way up. And then if we take this, and just decrease the saturation of it, should give you everything that is facing up. Though it looks like it's giving you everything that's not facing up. Which you can adjust the direction of this right now by just grabbing this node here and then just turning that around. Oops, not curves. We want a color ramp. Great. So now it'll only put black on the top because it's subtracting that off of it. What we can do now is we can take this and then say invert, like we did before with the trees, and then it will only give us the upward facing normals, which is what we want. And from here, we're going to do a few things. Firstly, we're going to use this to put a specific texture on there. But secondly, we can actually create a bit of normal topology change as well. So I'm going to add in a noise texture. If we look at that noise texture now, oops, not the color, but that, we can actually change our scaling to be pretty small. Just kind of what we want. And then from here, we're going to use this as a displacement, but we only want it to be on the top pieces of the geometry. And so we could do that by saying mix as a color, and then we'll take A from the factor, and then B is just going to be black, and then this factor can be plugged into this node up here. So if we go view this, we'll put it everywhere except for where that is happening. So we can actually do this before the invert, and so now it's only going to put it on the top. And basically now what we want is we want to have this push out like the displacement. So I'm going to add in a color ramp between this noise and this mix, and we can kind of increase the amount of contrast here by making these sliders closer together. Something like this should do the trick. And there you go. So that's going to give you that, and then we're going to just increase the scale a little bit more. And that should work. Great. So now we can plug this mix here directly into displacement. And we can go to our regular view of our thing. Welcome back. And this is going to kind of displace everything quite a bit. And we can even use a math node on this and put that in between the mix and the displacement. And we can multiply. We'll multiply this by like 5. So now if we just go view our regular gray, you're going to have a lot of displacement on the top here. And what we're going to want also is we'll do a mix shader. And this is going to be here. And then we're going to want to duplicate this, but this time make it white. And we will plug that into the other shader. And now if we plug this FAC into the invert up here, we can view this mix shader, and it should put white at the top. Right? Am I... So that's correct. So that gets plugged into there. I'm gonna do this by just changing this color to like red just to make sure that I'm doing this correct. It might be, these might be inverted. Then the other thing we can do is make a color ramp here, and we can just go by viewing this, and we can make sure there's like no gray area. So just complete black or white image. Now if we go view this, it'll only have red on the top. In our particular case, we don't want red, so we can just change this red value here to remove the saturation. And the value's fine. We're just trying to add specularity and increase the roughness all the way. And that'll add that like dusting effect on the top of the train. So we go view it, you'll get kind of like this white dusting effect that's up here. We actually use the same material like nodes that we're doing here. Let's go ahead and shift select all of this. Control C, Control S. Yes, quite a bit of nodes. And then now if we go to our blue base train, we have this lovely texture. Should go in here, we just paste all of these nodes. And essentially all we need is this to be further down here. And then this shader gets plugged into this shader. And then now we can just view that as well. And then this displacement gets plugged into here. Interestingly, it actually has that incorrect, the normals incorrect. I'm wondering if it's because there we go, I had to apply the transforms. But now, if we view it, it should be correct. So you had like kind of like this snowy effect here. Only on the top. Okay, great. That's pretty good. Still not... Ooh. I saw that. When applying the rotation, it actually made the train cart flip out, so... Should probably... Oh, that's because everything's mirrored on it. Gotcha. Let's go view that now. Let's go ahead and save that. And I think also what we can do is I'm going to just join these areas. I kind of want... Let's select all of this here as well. And this might freeze the computer, I don't know, that's why I just saved like a bunch of times, but let's go and add in that snow. We do that, preferences, snow, real snow, save, real snow, and then let's just increase the coverage to something like that. Say add snow, guys. And now it's frozen, but we expected that. So it'll be a good time to remind you, if you guys haven't subscribed already, please hit that subscribe button. You know, we're very close to 500. I was hoping to hit it by the end of the year. I don't think that's going to happen. But, you know, hit that subscribe button and then maybe we will. Oh. Alright, it added the snow in. That looks pretty good, actually. I like that. Thinking also, let's see. Let's look at this over here. I like this like general light that's kind of hitting it from like this angle. So I can add one of those in there. And then just make it so that it doesn't affect volume. Okay. Trying to, I think, especially with this ground down here, let's add in some little fuzzies. Add maybe in some more hair. Let's add in like 3,000 hairs. And then for the children, let's do interpolated. And then let's also change the kink to something like curly. And then change the amplitude to like 0.01. Maybe like 0.03. I think it's better. And let's see. Just makes it feel more like a mat on the ground. We could kind of do the same thing with this hair too. Or with this snowy bits here. I almost want that to be like these pieces though. Grab this whole thing. We're gonna add in some gold speckle. Some gold speckle. Let's add in, I really like the idea of having like a spotlight. Alright, well thank you so much for coming to hang out, really appreciate it. This render will be up on the Instagram when it's done, so if you're not following there, the link is in the description. And also I'm hoping to post time lapses soon. I've been a little bit out of the loop on that, so. But thank you for coming to hang out, and I really appreciate it, and I'll see you guys next week. I am thinking we might want to increase the volume just like in this area. We can do that. And we'll say, let's take this, we'll just make it so that we don't see it. By going to our visibility and then just turning off, oops, make that wireframed. Go ahead and save that, cool. And let's go on the inside of the cart and add in another light, a point light. Go ahead and save that again. Thinking with the blue, we might want to experiment with do a vertical split. Just open up a shader editor here. We want the roughness to be quite a bit down. And then that way we can have a little more glint on the lighting of it. So let's do that. Let's add an area light. So right here. We take that, scale it up, and then just increase the brightness on it. I want to make that into a circle, like a disc. And if we increase the brightness quite a bit, and then turn off volume scatter on it, it will only affect that area and it won't affect the surrounding fog. With that, we can actually just increase the brightness even more. Just really create like a harsh speckle that we can go into our compositor and really help shape it. I'm going to take that though and kind of do the same for some of these trees back here. Don't want the trees to get lost, too muddy. And then finally this tree over here, I think. I think we got to be careful though is of that background becoming looking a little too muddy. Let's see. Let's add a Musgrave into this back one. I just want to see what that looks like, what we can get. For the scaling of it, let's just scale everything kind of up. And then if we go into our color ramp, we can make it a lot contrastier, a lot less lines. Okay, and then we'll just make that very bright. There we go. And I'm going to add in another principled BSDF. And this time just make it a red color. And let's see. Mix shader. that plugged in. That should give us some like nice red lines on that like backdrop. Cool, and it does. So we'll go ahead and save that. I am thinking that we do need the roughness to be quite a bit down on a lot of this. So go ahead and save that as well, and that looks good. Overall, let's add another light. And we can make sure that it's not affecting the volume as well. But for this one, let's just make it slightly blue. Just really increase the brightness on that. Just trying to affect the tree back here. Cool. And then the camera. I'm not sure that I like that better. I'm still not sold on the fog either. Let's render without fog. I think that the fog is just not quite the choice for us today. And then these guys back here, let's make that red plastic, just make it a little easier. Cool, so we'll go ahead and save that. Could try boosting up the HDRI a bit more. Yeah, probably. I'm thinking that might be a good idea. I'm trying to find the balance though of what I'm looking for. I can make it look like what I want in comp, so I'm not too concerned. Or at least we can get pretty close. Let's hit the render button here. Oh, you know what? Before I hit the render button, let's see. Yeah, rare situation where it looks a little bit more volumetric. Yeah, it's too dense and it's just not quite what we need it to be right now. So we're just gonna call it quits here. Well, we're not calling it quits yet. I have to render it out, but for today, as far as Blender side of things go, I'm going to just start rendering that out. Let's go to solid view here. And let's see, this is rendering out now. I'm rendering it out at 50% resolution, and then we can start comping it. I'm gonna comp in Nuke today, Nuke X. So let's go ahead and get that going. Oh, oops. It'd probably be useful if I turned off the fog completely, because right now I have it so that it's rendering. That's funny. Great, so that's rendering now. Let's see how long that'll take. and then we can get a lot of the effects that we want that I had the fog kind of doing. Like, the thing I really like about fog is how it kind of makes these nice little blooms that are in the lighting. So like right here, it would create like a bit of like light streaks, God Ray-esque type thing. But this particular instance, we don't need that. Are you rendering 4096 samples right now? Yes, I am. I am rendering that out at 4096. You can see right here. It's going to render in about 6 minutes. It'll probably be a little bit less for the render time. But I'm rendering, I have two 3090 Ti's in this computer, so it should render out pretty decently quick. Here's the problem, and this is the problem we're going to run into every single time I do any of these render challenge, like not challenges necessarily, but any of these renders, is I run out of time with adding detail. So there's quite a bit of detail not added on like the ground here and this railway. Probably get away with 200 to 500 samples. Yeah, I just kind of don't change it. It's a lot. I don't know why Blender default. It's just because it makes it look perfect, and then you don't have any sample issues. I think I always, whenever I'm doing animations, and for my film that I did, for all the visual effects for the film, I think I made it 1024 for the total samples, because 1024, it's pretty negligible difference between 1024 and 4096. My film had a bunch of CG visual effects like this in it, and I had to do quite a bit of visual effect shots for that. If we hit 500 subscribers by the end of the year, I'll release the teaser that I made for this, and I think that's like my goal. So if we hit 500 subscribers, I'll release the teaser. If not, I'm waiting till we get into some festivals, and then I'll release the teaser. So let's go ahead and open that up here. So Nuke is almost finished. This will finish rendering here, and then I can start compositing the 50% resolution version of this while we render out the 100% version of it. So that's incentive, by the way. If you haven't hit the subscribe button, do that right now. Also, like the video. I don't think I asked anybody to like the video today. If you are enjoying what you're seeing, like it. If you didn't enjoy it, still hit the like button. I mean, you know, come on. It's free. It's not like you have to pay anything for it. It would be crazy if Blender limited the amount of likes that you could do a year or a month. So maybe like you only had so many likes to like. That would be kind of wild. I know that they wouldn't do that because that would decrease user engagement. So that wouldn't be ideal. You smash that like button. I always tell people to lick it, you know? Make sure to lick the like button. Instead of smash like, everyone says smash like. Hit subscribe, right? So it's like, lick it. Lick the like button. It's good for you. It's pretty healthy to lick the like button. Yeah, you're probably right. 4096 is a bit much. I could probably increase the depth of field as well. Kind of what I'm thinking. I'm gonna kind of wait for this to render or finish render. I'm not gonna lie, this isn't my favorite Christmas render we've done this month. So kind of unfortunate. I don't like this background. Looks really janky. It's not my favorite, but it is what it is. So we did this in about 3 hours or 4 hours. I'm supposed to meet my family at the movie theater, and it looks like I'm cutting it pretty close here, guys. As I mentioned earlier, I'm going to watch The Hunger Games, The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. So, gotta get out of here pretty soon. Actually, yeah, I thought the movie was at 6:30, and it's not, so there's that. It's much sooner than that. So, let's see, let's get the train is fire. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's not as good as I would have hoped, but it's still been fun to make it. I love the little lines and stuff that we got to do. And I learned a lot today. You guys taught me a lot that I didn't know from before, which is always embarrassing, but also at the same time awesome, because there's different things that I feel like I've been complaining about, but like, how do you Google like certain stuff? I don't know. Unless you see some random video, it kind of like that tells you how to do it. All right, so let's do an output here, and then we will just name this render 2023 12 23, and then we'll call this temp version 1. Just save that. Just so you guys know, I enabled crypto mats, objects, and materials. Definitely recommend that for all renders. Saves you with mat creation. You can just render everything out like as one big thing. I'm gonna go into the camera settings here. We're just gonna increase the f-stop like by a whole. The sizing's incorrect, so I have 0.1 here, and it's not supposed to be that way, but that's just what we're doing. So let's go ahead and render that. I have Nuke open here, which is my compositing software of choice. And let's see, let's go find that image. Just shuffle everything, and let's see. Then we'll get this image. That actually looks pretty nice, pretty nice. All right, there's a few things that we're gonna wanna do here, and I'm just gonna do this really quick because I've probably got like 15 more minutes that I can stream. We're going to add a redistort in, and then we're just going to add in a little bit of distortion here that's kind of stretch everything and make us feel a little bit closer to the scene that we're in. After we do that, we'll just add a little bit of glow. Now, this is going to make everything glow, but we can change our tolerance of our glow to really only have glow on the bright areas. And so we just increase that tolerance until we get something that looks a little bit better for what we're going for. I like to have that and then just change the size to be a little bit smaller. You don't want too much glow, but you want enough where it feels like it's like nice little chromatic aberrations to your render. So we'll just go ahead and have that in there. I think that looks pretty nice. I think also now we could just grade everything to feel a little bit more kind of blue. I think, let's see, let's go that route. But we're gonna do this only on the dark or the bright areas of the image, I think is, or no, I guess we want it on the shadows. So we can create like a Luma key. If you just add a keyer in here, and we just check the alpha channel, we can actually change the amount that we want. And then we're going to use that as our matte. So if we go look at this, it's only be affecting kind of like the highlights currently. And so we can invert that matte that we have. And so now it'll be affecting everything except for the highlights. Things I also like to do is I like to add in a little bit of grain. Grain's always good. And it's pretty nice. I think, let's look at this lens distortion real quick. Let's just add a little bit more. Not that much. The other thing we kind of need to do is we'll add in a reformat node. Let's do that right here. We'll do this, we're scaling it by 2. So that way it's 1920 by 1920. It's going to match whatever we output later. This is really useful for lens distortions and stuff like that to know what those are going to be doing, as well as our grain. Because grain is a kind of size related field. The other thing we're going to want to do, and also rotos, by the way, so we're going to add in another grade node here. We'll just add a roto node and have that plugged into our grade node. And we're just going to make a vignette using a roto. Just add an edge blur. Make sure your roto node, by the way, is pre-multiplied. And then we'll set the edge blur to like 300. Now, with that, we can go into our grade node here and we can just add a little nice vignette to our whole image. And that already looks pretty sweet. I like that. I'm probably going to add the grain after that just because I want the grain to react to the darkness of the image. And that looks pretty good. I'm going to also add a transform node into here. Actually, I'll do that after the reformat. So that way the scaling is proper and I can just change this later. I'm going to kind of just readjust slightly. That looks nice. I like that. And yeah, so that's the glow that we did. Let's add a... let's just clean this up a little bit, actually. Alright, great. So then that Luma mask is going to go from the transform. And then once the render's finished, all we have to do is actually just swap this input to wherever else that other image is going to be. That's good. I mean, we're not going to be changing terribly much inside of the settings here, but it does allow us to adjust as much as we really want. Add a little bit more of a vignette to it. And I think after that we can add in a nice glow again, but this is just going to be an overall glow, and we just increase the tolerance slightly on it. One thing we're going to try to avoid, actually, let's add glow to everything, but instead let's add a roto node into here, just like we did before, but this time we're just going to have the train selected because we don't want this to be blurred. So we'll say RGBA, and then we'll say edge blur. And now, let's just set that to like 300. I usually find 300 is a nice blur size to be able to do that. If we select our Bezier, we can actually just invert it. So now everything else is going to have a little bit more of a glow to it. And this is something that we can change in if we need to, depending on that new depth of field that we added onto the new render. But this will allow us to feel a little bit more like the depth of field is sharper than what it was. Our crypto mats that we had, and this is probably going to be one of the last things that I do here, our crypto mats that we had, we can actually check those here. I'm going to add a new crypto mat in. And if we view this crypto mat node, you'll see exactly what it's doing. This is all of the different objects. We can actually view different materials as well. I'm going to select the material that's back here, this back wall, because if we go view this, it's so dang bright, and that's not what we want. So we're going to go in and add a grade node in. Probably all the way up here. And the reason why is because we want it before any of the glows. So what we can do is we've got this crypto mat, and now whenever we make this adjustment, it's only going to make the adjustments to this back wall. Which, interestingly enough, oh, because that's the lens distortion. Gotcha. Might even do that before any of it. I don't know. Lens distortion might be like one of the last things that you really should be doing. I'm going to add a dot in here as well, and then just select all of this and just move it up. That line is only because we're reformatting it. If we weren't reformatting it, we wouldn't have that line. And when we output the high resolution version of the shot, we won't have that issue either. So this is the high resolution version that is currently being rendered out as we speak. And that'll fix a lot of those issues. And then here, just like, we want this really to be a lot darker. Okay, cool. I'm gonna call it there. This render is still gonna take like another, let's see, how long did it say it was gonna take? This render says it's gonna take another like 20 minutes. I don't have that much time. So I'm gonna let that continue rendering, and then the final render will be placed onto my Instagram account. So go check that out. The link is in the description. Hit that follow button. And then even send me some suggestions of what you guys would like to see in like future render challenges, and I will see if I can try to accommodate. Other than that, thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out today. It's been fun, a bit of a rush because this was we had to build more on a model than we would normally have to do, but this is currently rendering out right now in full res. It's looking pretty nice. I like the new depth of field change there, and it'll be nice to be able to upload that and make all of those changes. But thank you guys for checking the stream out. Hit the subscribe button and lick the like button, and I'll see you guys next week when we do a new render, which will be on the 30th, so next Saturday, and it'll be fun. I think we'll do I don't know. It's New Year's, so either we do another Christmas render or we just start doing something else. If you guys have any suggestions, leave a comment below. I would love to read you guys' comments about what you guys are looking to do and what you're interested in. And I'll see you guys next time. But thank you so much. Peace out.